Yay! Finally got something off the ground here, and it's going to be a little different than the usual. Having the ability to play like a longer period of time instead of
Hmm.
being there. Let me make certain that everything is looking good. Of course, if there's anybody in chat who hears like duplicitous like noises or sounds or whatever, please let me know. I think everything should be fine though. Okay, yeah, let's go with this. That's the frame. There's that. Just adjusting it, yeah. Ever so slightly. Just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. Perfect. Okay. Alrighty. So, I guess just for the sake of starting everything off with how this is going to be. So this is new. This is new. This is a newer campaign, but it's an old campaign technically. Uh,
Hmm.
we're going to be playing with Arad, who happens to be a werewolf from the olden days. So, just kind of like as a minor point, do you want to give like a sort of high level summary of like what a rod is?
Okay. So Arad was one of the first characters we created prior to the new system. And he's gone through a couple incarnations as the system's evolved. And we've now have brought one of my favorite characters that I've created to the 3.5 format. Now, Arad is an ancient Sumerian werewolf who, in his duties to the Wolf King, angered a lot of antediluvian vampires. As such, they sealed him in a coffin of silver and cursed him to live through that torment. He was discovered by the corporation Black Sun and, well, released back into the wild. Going through several adventures, he realized that the werewolves of the world had forgotten their purpose, which was to be guardians of the veil, which is to protect the balance between the sacred and the profane. So between the spirit world and the humane world, they never were really allies with either. It was just the knock that off kind of attitude. So they were basically a police force. This goes into the history of the werewolves that we developed as well. So he came into this world knowing that the werewolves had forgotten. So he was working on that. He found himself. He had a little bit of an incident where he finally found the true form of the people again, as it was intended originally, before the curse took over. And as such, he went on adventures and then eventually ran against technology and lost his arm. But for some reason, it's physically traumatized his soul to the point where he can't regrow that arm just yet. And he lost his wolf spirit. So now, 10 years later, he wakes up in Central Park with the aid of the Fae Puck, who just seems to be amused by this one's existence. And that's where we are. He is a one-armed werewolf without his wolf spirit, searching for his wolf and how to reunite his people into the sense of what they used to be, because they're so fractured and contentious and so devolved from the noble people that were in the old city, the dreaming city, that the Wolf King and the Priestess of the Moon created.
Yep. There's a lot of really thick backstory for him. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna roll with this and see where it goes. It's gonna be kind of a fun. Now, as an upward swing, we're probably gonna have possibly up to two other players that join in at some point. So this is gonna be something that I hope to land every other week. So not this upcoming weekend, but the weekend thereafter should have another session in because I'm trying to fit in as much as I possibly can. But yeah, we should be okay to like get this going. And these will be longer. These will be longer runs. Excuse me. So, uh, yeah, okay then.
Yeah. Oh, another character aspect. Arad is he's a 6'1" in lithe and build. He has leather armor that changes with his size. It's woven leather, so it kind of expands with him his form, so he's never really naked. But Puck, in his amusement, put a ACDC shirt on him with some burnt out jeans and combat boots, just
Oh yeah,
because
I forgot about
it
that.
amused him. He has long braided hair and golden eyes and olive skin hue. Key thing is, he only speaks ancient Sumerian, which is kind of problematic because it actually, when he speaks, the spirits respond and it can create chaotic elements within the technological world. Now he was provided an ear bead to translate and learn the language that's now spoken. But as he only speaks Sumerian, his English can be broken when he's speaking, or not English, is Night Cityan, because we haven't determined what the language of Night City is. Um, so he has broken Night Cityan, but when he speaks in Sumerian, the smart brace that the golden robot Jack will get him translates it for people.
Yeah, it just creates a holographic text that it supposedly helps him out. It does the translation back and forth because
Mm-hmm.
he was able to go through, piece things together based on archaeological information on
Yeah.
Sumerian and what we already know of it.
Yeah. And he's just trying to live and exist in a world that has passed him by.
Well, and it's definitely English, but he just doesn't know how it's transmuted into that. You know, and not to
Mm-hmm.
mention the fact that English is probably one of the most metaphorically rich languages there is. English, specifically American English, has so many metaphors ground into it. It's almost impossible. It's like it's almost a language of pure idiom, which makes it really hard for people to get. So, yeah, where we're going to start with him though is that there's been a gap in time from the
Mm-hmm.
last incidences that we've worked with, and he's been kind of finding his balance. It's going to be several years, so if you want to just kind of make a couple of I think it's actually technically going to be an education roll. Yeah, if you want to make a couple education rolls, even if you don't have a rank in it, just roll the core stat and the D10 if you don't have a rank. Uh, but just make a few of those.
Okay. Korsted is intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
He has intelligence of 4.
So not the brightest bulb.
Probably enough
Nice,
to do what he needed to do.
right?
Okay. 8.
Okay, and one other one.
9.
Actually, not terrible bad. Um, yeah, you have broken English at this point. You've been able to do it over the last several years, learn how the English part of it works. Because, translation is very difficult, so you had to start learning how to do it to get it go faster. Hello, Kaza. Yeah. So, you do know some English. It's enough where it's passable. You probably won't get certain references and things like that. When needed, you can rely on your smart brace to give you like the translation into Sumerian, which has gotten a lot more refined.
Because
Since
it's learning.
yeah, it's learning with you, and you're also able to correct the errors in Sumerian, because again, you're dealing with thousands of years of a gap between the language and its origins to what they thought things meant, and you
Mm-hmm.
had to correct the misappropriated meanings into it so that things kind of lined up correctly. Because no way we're gonna have that shit correct. It's gonna come close, but not quite. Something popped in over here. What's this? Huh? Did that just happen? That totally just happened. I wonder what he's up to. Okay, so, like I said, it's been several years since you've had the opportunity to kind of do much else. You've been spending your time inside of the Central Park area quite a bit, in fact, since SB's like more of a natural home. And over the span of the years, you actually have your own place that's here, and you've learned something of what's happened and what's gone on in Night City.
Mm-hmm.
Um, One evening, while you're just kind of minding your own business and things have been more or less the same, there is really cacophonous sounding, thunderous booms that you can hear over the air. And we're talking like really pronounced, something that is kind of astonishingly loud. Because there's always that, staccato clacking that you always hear in the middle of the night because human beings have sort of devolved into kind of the monstrosities. Hold on.
Okay. Sorry. I think that was me this time.
Yep, you gotta just turn your camera on. Should flip it back. We switched places.
All right.
There it goes. I knew it was coming. Like, I don't know how to explain that.
That was my turn, I guess.
Uh-huh. So, like I said, you just hear these noises. Now, you're sort of at the edge of Central Park, standing on the threshold, in a not too unironic way. It's more or less that you're standing in the same sense of between, that which is, human and that which is spiritual. You're kind of on that thready edge, because inside of the Central Park area, there's a lot of mystical, spiritual entities that exist there. It's almost like it's like it's in a massive pocket of spiritual forces that have coalesced rather into this space. So you kind of sit on the borderline of it, where you still have Night City on one side, audible, visible, and perceivable, and then you have the other side, which goes deeper into that forest, making it accessible for you where you're at now. So you're like dead in the center of it.
Much like the Dreaming City.
Yeah, you're just kind of sitting in between. Like I said, you sort of unironically are kind of finding yourself exactly where you're supposed to be after several years of being here, learning the language, learning the people, learning the state of the werewolves, and knowing exactly how far they've fallen, which most of the news isn't great. There's been some changes and adaptations that didn't make a lot of sense. But like I said, right now, when you're standing outside of, and mind you, you've kind of got your Sumerian roots kind of pushed in, but you've adapted to certain like modern day architectural standard and built your own place, but it's still of the old fashioned. We're talking like natural supply and resources, woods, and because survival was not a problem. Like building your own place to be. Like right now, you just have a collection of wooden shingles that sit on top with what you got going on, and you've been working towards doing a replacement into clay and that kind of thing. But you look like your cottage sort of stands outside of time, with its stone siding and walls, with mud brick in certain areas. The the roof being probably the more modernized part of it. Like I said, moving from wood to clay in terms of shingles. But you've found all the necessary resources that you've needed, and you've been building for a long time now, because this is far nicer to live and exist in by
That's
comparison.
14 survival. So
Yeah, I mean, you've been doing great, and over those years, you've got yourself a small little home, and it's attracted the attention of some of the more spiritual entities. In fact, you'll have smaller fae that will actually hang around, even this far out from where their natural home is on the inside of the forest. But getting to the point, you're just kind of out underneath the awning of your front porch area there, which still is just, packed in stone and earth. You're standing out front, and like you said, you hear what sounds to be like a thunderstorm almost. But the way that it's hitting is constant. And you can feel rumbles in the earth. The very ground is starting to shake and move and do all kinds of things. It is far more explosive, whatever is happening, than something that is merely weather or normal. Even for how long you've been here, nothing is like this. Now you do have some other devices that are along with you. That's which is interesting because you have means by which you can charge your equipment, even though your house is utterly out of date. So you've got things like solar packs that you can use that actually charge themselves when put into sunlight or out in some kind of light, or recharge themselves using technology that you don't understand. But
Mm-hmm.
they're portable charging spaces so that you can just have them,
Mm-hmm.
um, and they function fairly well. But on your brace, there's a rolling by of reports and all kinds of things that push through, and you're starting to watch as the feeds come in, and there are a great deal from what you have now learned are like news stations which like report ongoing events inside of the city, which there are so many it's almost impossible to track. But when something gets really big, it gets to be really fucking pronounced. In this case, you can't help it, but there is a section of Night City now that seems to be falling into complete chaos. There is a fully, like, you're getting static on the feed, which is another thing. The distance at which these, like, jumpers have to be in order for them to be able to record at a distance that makes sense is kind of astonishing. Like I said, you've gotten a little bit more used to what the technology can offer, so it's very interesting. So you can see like the other news jumpers are kind of like floating around in a perimeter. There seems to be vehicles that are also in the air that are locked in active combat. Some of them get knocked out of the air by something from on the ground level. They start to spiral and hit ground, and you kind of see this post noise, and you're kind of getting like, oh, okay, there's a bit of delay here, but you are pretty sure that with how loud all this is, there's a lot that's coming from this in particular, and you think this is the source of it. You watch on. The fighting becomes even more crazy. More crazy to such a degree that it starts to actually blanch out some parts of the actual video and audio. The person who's reporting this obviously is just trying to make sense of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, it becomes clear that what you're looking at is some incredibly powerful entity of some sort or another locked into some kind of a fight with multiple others, and the devastating like level of destruction that's being brought on by this other entity is astonishing to say the least. They're actually in a crater at one point, and this is shortly after some sort of massive whirlwind explosion occurs for no apparent reason that nobody can explain. It even sends the jumper that you're viewing this from kind of like spiraling and trying to stay in the air while it's happening.
Can he see what the entities are?
Well, sometimes they might get close. You're basically gonna have to like flip through the various jumpers. Some of them are more daring than others, so you're gonna have to like flip through the feeds to see which one might be trying to get better close-ups.
He's gonna do that.
Yeah,
So he's just gonna do a basic tech roll
yeah,
because that's all he has.
yeah.
Because he's learning,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's like, oh, I can use this magic
Yeah, it's all
painted
magic
tablet,
to you.
right?
Yeah,
So 9.
yeah, that's not bad. I mean, like you kind of get to a point, you're gonna flip back and forth, kind of check some things out, and almost do a little bit of zooming yourself.
Because he's just curious. He's always, this is the faultlessly honest, like,
Yeah.
curiously joyful character.
Well, standing in the center of this, when they finally get up to be a little bit close, is someone who looks like they're wearing tattered garb with
Mm-hmm.
what they have. So they're sort of standing center of this crater of what used to be like buildings and the rest of it. And he's absolutely pulsating with power. Absolutely pulsating. It's actually visible on camera. Like you're watching some of this happen. He ends up calling forth like all kinds of stone and other objects to rise from the earth, and he like throws them outward at a target. They're not focused on who he's shooting at.
Mm-hmm.
They try to follow it, but they can't because where they hit, there's a bunch of destruction that occurs, so you can't really see what's going on. When you get a little bit close, you can see like a singular horn popped out to one side when he's just screaming, shouting, doing something. But like I said, the crackling energy in and of itself, the force of it, is just so intense. Like they're having trouble keeping up. It's actually having all kinds of causing equipment issues with these jumpers. As it progresses, they finally get to meet these two entities after this long drawn out fight. There's gunfire, There's a meshing of very interesting individuals who are in this fight. One with armor that looks like dark but seems to have something glowing on it. You can't identify what the runes are, but you recognize magic when you see it.
Mm-hmm.
There's another, kind of a squat looking, well, looks like he's homeless, basically. As he's doing something else, you can tell that he's some kind of sage because he's more or less deflecting and redirecting and doing all kinds of stuff with the energy being flung at them. He's obviously part of them and protecting them. But they're just, like I said, the fight just is maddeningly fast. There's just a lot happening. Well, finally, it comes to a head when whatever their opponent is, this singular individual that's pulsating with all this power, gets a hold of, gets really close to this particular sage. Several rounds go straight through his chest because you can see the power of it going through, ripping through its body. You see he doesn't seem to stop him, and then he gets obliterated. This is the part that's weird, though. The second that this person's body is absolutely obliterated in this fashion, there's a pulse that starts from there, knocks out the equipment. You kind of wait for a minute, and there's this vague shimmer of light out in the farther distance ahead of where you're at, from where you're looking inward onto the city itself. And it just kind of goes up like for a minute, and there's a silent wave that kind of hits out. And when you get hit by it, you kind of feel all that, like, basically all the hair on your neck and everything else kind of stands up. But you're just kind of standing there, and you're kind of wondering what's changed, because you recognize that something occurred just now, and everything inside of Night City is on some other course. It's like it's just shifted across.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just kind of like, okay, like you don't really know exactly what happened, but something is very different. So your curiosity is going to be very piqued.
So he's just going, well. He looks at one of the Fae and says, well, what do you think about that, my friend?
Well,
Because says, well, wasn't that strange?
well, it's basically one that's just kind of like sitting on a leaf that's sort of nearby that's grown up in vines. Of course, it's just sitting there watching. It just goes like, pretty, like that. Like,
Yes, it was quite pretty, but very concerning. Anybody have thoughts? And he just like says that to all the Fae that are around.
right. They don't really, they kind of shake their head. They're like, like that, and just kind of go about their own business, not really terribly concerned.
Yeah, and he just kind of gets up and just kind of stretches and then just cracks his back, going, oh, like with one hand.
Yeah.
Oh, because
Grabbing his
like for
stump.
these past few years, he's been searching for his wolf. He like explores for it in the city and everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he can't really introduce the people to the true path unless he finds what he's missing himself. So he kind of just builds relationships there. So he just, he gets up and Arad just looks at the tablet. And so where did this event happen? How close is it to him?
It's a fair distance inside of city proper, near one of what they refer to as a combat zone. And you'd probably be able to take a jumper and get there within 30 minutes, something like that.
And that's what he's going to do. Because, I mean, it's his purpose is to investigate the disruptions within the Veil and make sure that it's not bad.
Right.
Or too terrible. That and he's bored. I should have put that as one of his as a disadvantage is quixotic. Ooh, that would be a good disadvantage, quixotic.
Yeah.
Another one for impulsive, I guess.
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Yeah. So he gets up and he just looks around and says, well, well, my friends, take care of the house while I'm gone.
Yeah, it's kind of this sort of mutual, like, sure, like, just kind
sure, Zalord.
Yeah, right, more or less.
Right.
These freaking tiny Fae, that kind of thing. Yeah. There's a few of them. Not a great
So
deal,
he
but
just
they don't mind.
Yeah, so he just takes his sword, puts it in like the sheath. I mean, his in the leather strap that he's affixed to his belt and his jeans, and he just kind of moseys his way and calls a jumper.
Yep, you've gotten pretty good at doing that, and then you of course let them know that you want to go somewhere close to where that is. Obviously, keeping at a certain distance so that you don't like, because it's going to be swarming with all kinds of authority whenever you get
Yeah,
there.
and he's learned the hard way what technology can do.
Yeah, so he's just got to be playing it safe, play it careful, which is
Yep.
no problem. Yeah, they're just kind of like when you give them the directions of where you want them to go, and you wonder if it's like a translation problem, like if you're not saying it correctly. But they're just like, if you want to, all right, like that, and they just get you going.
And he's just, he's kind of humming quietly to himself, and the as he's humming, you can just see the spirits like dancing to his song,
Yeah,
just like, oh, someone who who's someone who speaks the language, so he's just doing that. So there's ephemeral spirits just like dancing in the cab of the car.
yeah. What's interesting is that the driver doesn't happen to notice, which is one of the first things you might actually catch as being interesting. Is that he just seems to blatantly not notice. And it's not that he's hiding it; it's just that he just doesn't notice. Because
I
normally
just
people have weird reactions when they start saying things. They kind of like, are you whipping out some kind of weird holographics or what? Like, that kind of stuff. Which
Yeah.
is another term that is harder. You understand it now, but it was really difficult at the time at the
Mhm.
originally to understand what holographics really were. It's just like, is it fake or something like that? It was the closest approximate definition. Uh, when you land, you're looking at something that's very interesting. Now, the people that are in this vicinity have all sort of shuttered up or closed off or gone to their homes or something like that because the streets are mostly clear. You can hear the sound of a lot of, you know, the police and others going around and trying to get things going off. You can hear the perimeter being closed off with loud, loudspeaker announcements, pushing it into, this area has been cordoned off. All only authorized personnel past this point. You'll hear that just kind of echoing off of all the alleyways and buildings. The area is huge that they're cordoning off.
Mhm.
It is huge. You're looking at maybe about like a half-mile diameter of space being sectioned off for what they need. And this is just their first response in the last 30 minutes.
So he's using one SFR to activate Pierce the Veil. Allows you to see the world of spirit. Duration is per encounter. If there are spirits in the area or spiritual energies, such as curses or other dark spiritual forces, they become visible. Be warned, peering into the veil allows what is beyond to look back.
Yep, right. So you're coming through and taking a look at all this, and you can see that there's something very very different around here.
Mm-hmm.
There is a significant amount of both damage and repair happening simultaneously. Try to imagine like all of the buildings suddenly becoming almost like living entities, and you're perceiving their present, past, and future selves sort of kind of coming together in multiple frames. So you can see them being repaired or healed up or being damaged and such like that. It kind of goes all over the place. So you're looking at this three-dimensional space with an entirely new lens of vision.
And
The
he's just looking around going, well, this is curious. He's kind of amused, but he's not concerned
right.
because he's seeing damage and repair at the same time. So as far as he's concerned, something catastrophic happened, but it's fixing itself. It's like a natural wound, the veil healing itself. Well, that's his interpretation.
Yeah. Well, and you get the usual bits when it comes down to seeing anything in the spirit world that kind of comes across. I mean, like you're looking at this as if it were the Umberland itself, kind of wrapped around the three-dimensional world. There are many entities that kind of skulk away from out of the shadows and move aside, playing on light and where it hits and where it doesn't. You can see that there's the stains of sorrow, depression, and things like that sort of left behind, depending on who was here or homeless and that kind of thing, with being
Mm-hmm.
slogged in drink. These are kinds of things that you see a lot of in and around here. It's actually quite common. Um, there are a few sort of ephemeral white type silhouettes that are just glowing, that stand there, that are faceless and featureless, and they kind of just shift and move, sort of unknowing of you. But they
Mm-hmm.
pass by, nothing malevolent, just they move through, and you're kind of walking through this alleyway, perceiving everything that you can perceive, and noticing the fact that the landscape itself is under some kind of transformation. Like everything here is under some form of transformation. And there just seems to be a huge crowd because when you pop out the other end, once you've gone through this, because you're basically passing through the alleyway labyrinth of a mega block. It's
Yeah.
you're kind of traversing through it, and when you come out the other side and find yourself looking at where this is, just beyond the perimeter that's cordoned off, all of these entities are standing in and around it, almost like you would expect, like the swelling to a wound. There's just a lot here, of all varying kinds of force, and they're just staring inward at this crater and the rest of it. So you're standing in this space where there happens to be like smoke and some other things, still debris. There's like lots of noise happening because you can still hear all the choppers that are flying by. There are blockades at ground level where people are being blocked and can't go in. There
Mm-hmm.
are, uh, medical units that have been pushed through, and they're doing their bit, trying to see if there is like damage to outer structures where people need to be pulled or rescued. That kind of stuff. There's a lot of response that's going on in this case. So it's just as active in the spiritual world too, though. So
Yeah.
try to imagine the onslaught of spiritual and physical just kind of collaborating together, and lots of these things just simultaneously occurring, lots of activity, and it's a little
Yeah.
overwhelming.
So he has a stealth roll of 18 to
Mm-hmm.
kind of blend and move his way through the barricades and whatnot,
Yeah.
and then an occult roll of 13 to evaluate the situation.
Well, let's see if they actually have their. They should technically have it. You might be able to pass through it, but play it off. Is that a 60? Yeah, that's a 60. Okay. So they don't happen to notice because when you pass through the electronic barrier, it obviously sends off an alarm, but you do it right as somebody would actually cross it at the same time, and it,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't it doesn't recognize the fact that you went through all the way. The guy just stops the other person from pushing through it, and he pushes them back, and you slip past.
Okay. So he's kind of using that as a tactic to get through all the barriers.
Right. Well, the outer one's pretty much the hardest for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be trying to interfere with any of the clusters of workers or first responders or anybody else that's going to be inside of this area. When you get closer, you're hit with that arid scent of like dust in the air. It's all very dry, mixed with that, the smell of powders and kind of like gunfire and explosion and everything else, like really hot concrete and wrought iron metal that's just been heated up, superheated. It just the smells of combat nowadays, which is far more profound.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do based on what you have here? Because you're on the perimeter edge of this larger crater.
Yeah.
You can still
So
see a lot of the spiritual activity going on as well.
he's just he's also going to focus that 13 occult roll on finding a spirit he can talk to.
Well, it's not hard. One seems to find you in this case.
Okay.
The the entity is smaller, probably not more than head height, reaching mid chest for you.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of points towards the center there, and you can see something with this as a sort of pulsing light that's towards the center, right near where the one was obliterated. Because what I mean by obliterated is like the matter in which he was composed with was vaporized. He was turned into
Mm-hmm.
absolute dust, just completely blasted into nothingness. But where he was prior to that has something that almost looks like this rupture, but think of it as like this brilliant white star that's just kind of sitting on like near the ground, hovering there and pulsing. Nobody else seems to notice, of course, because they aren't looking at it in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Physically, there isn't anything there, but non-physically. There's something very profound happening.
Yeah, so he's very curious because that could affect the world, right?
Yeah.
And while he's maybe not his full strength, he still has his vow, his sense of duty, those things that are a core character of him
Mm-hmm.
through our advantage and disadvantage system,
Yay.
uh, that are binding him to continue to investigate these type of things, even though they might be diverting him from his path.
Yeah.
So he just looks at the spirit and he says, "Oh, hello, my friend."
It's like the world's changed. Like that just looks up.
"I know. Could you tell me what potentially happened? Has the veil been broken?"
Veil's not broken. No.
"Oh. Well, what do you think, my friend? What is this?" And he just kind of points at the light because he's going to understand rupture, but not really.
Yeah. Well, it's just like guiding light to where we are now.
Like guiding light to where we are now. That's a curious way of putting things.
Nothing's the same.
What's changed?
And he's like, everything's changed like that. And he starts walking forward, and you can see others that are starting to do the same thing as they move down into the crater, and they start moving towards this immensely powerful starlight.
We're going to do another occult roll
Yeah,
to kind of determine what's actually going on.
yeah.
Like, what's his evaluation of, why they're walking in the light? What's going to happen if they walk into the light? 13.
Well, based on his reference, and you deal with sort of high level ephemeral concepts a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of your bread and butter. If it's a guiding light to where we are now, it means that some change has already occurred. There's nothing you can really do about it. But you kind of understand multiplanar, multi-dimensional concepts in a way that a lot of people can't. And you understand it in the sense that it's beyond the intellectual.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're really looking at with that occult roll is you're looking at one of those very important and remarkable points in time. You weren't necessarily sure you'd ever see one, but this is a kind of like a course correction that the world has transformed itself, and this was the natural outcome. And what is happening here is that this star is kind of like the anchor on the new track that you're seeing right here amidst all of this. And what's going on is that those who are meant to be, like moving beyond, move beyond at this point. Anything that was stuck here, anything that was having problems, there is a natural shift that is occurring. It's almost as if, like, think of it like this: spiritually, the axis of the world has shifted several degrees in some other way. So you're standing here in Night City as it was post conflict, but what nobody will realize is that whatever happened moments before is no longer a part of the world you're in now. The world that you're in now shares an existence that is brand new. Brand new. Which means that something you've been waiting for has finally occurred. Where the darkness that is always ever present has now been given its warning sign that things have changed, and there's a chance for humanity to start making a change back in the other way. Almost in a sense, it's kind of like the clarion horns or the call to battle. That time is now.
And Arad he's captivated by the starlight at this point.
Mm-hmm.
He's completely and utterly fixated on it, mainly because it's like you said, it's everything that he's thought was missing in the world.
Yeah.
right? So he's kind of turning a little bit oblivious to his surroundings at this point
Right.
because he's totally and utterly fixated. So he's just kind of squatting down
Mm-hmm.
on his heels. His elbow is resting on one of his knees, and he's just hunched forward, just smiling
Yeah.
and humming to himself. And of course, and humming to himself, summoning the spirits, and he's happy. He's he was always at this concerned state of where's everything going to go, but now he finally senses purpose, and he says, "Oh, well, this changes things."
Yep. At this point, while you're sitting there and mesmerized by this incredible light and the fact that things have changed radically, um, you can see that there's this drawing pull that you're getting, from that starlight as well for you to come towards it. Now, normally you'd probably like analyze and think about this, but when you snap your attention back into focus again, you can see the entity standing 8.5, 9 foot tall, somewhere in there with the inverted legs and the high rise standing point with the human-like features that are involved. You see the bluish runes and the oddly silver and massively technological but not technological appearance of it, and the glowing
And key
eyes.
again.
Yep.
Yep.
Like he just tilts his head to the side and you can see like the dreads kind of hanging down again, the same kind of glowing throughout all of that, and it
And
just it just does this thing where it just does this motion forward.
at this point, he goes from this to a crouch to a kneel, like
Yeah.
just can't even look at him, and then gets up, keeps his head down
Yeah.
in obeisance, and then walks towards his lord.
Right.
And then just as he gets to Lord Enki, he again he just kneels.
Right. In your body, because whenever he speaks, it's not like you hear it in your head. Your body vibrates like it's a tuning fork speaking his words. That's the part that's really, this is like all you hear is "go forth," like that's it, and you know exactly where he's pointing with that phrase.
And he just basically bows and says, "As you have always commanded, so path the people follow."
And he kind of vanishes from sight as you have the starlight in front of you. What's interesting is that you're moving along, and you do so with this incredible sense of faith. There is this feeling of protection that you can't quite fully understand as you're moving along. You hear people kind of going like, "Hey, who's that guy? Get him out of here!" Like there's a lot of people having these kinds of conversations as they're kind of shouting at you. You're still fixated on this starlight. They can't see it. You've got armed guards, authorities, and so on basically starting to come back up, but you feel absolutely no threat of danger whatsoever. As you start to move through, you go pushing upward towards this light, and as you're walking along, they issue threats of cease and desist, so on, and they're basically going like, "No further," and then they basically say, "Open fire." But while you're walking along, you only hear the soft puffing sounds of the actual gunfire. It doesn't even hurt your ears. And whenever it hits and makes contact, you just see this blue shimmer that goes out and around your person as you go moving up towards this light. You're absolutely unobstructed, and it's almost as if you're hypnotized in a way. But there's this feeling of being drawn into it, and as you come up close, there's that vibration that's starting to make you shake as you're coming up close. And the starlight's so bright you can't see anything anymore, but you can still hear the boo, 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 like of all the stuff just hitting off of this field. And you put your hand forward like this, and you feel like this membrane is right there in front. And when you pop on the way through, it goes flash so bright that even your eyes closed, it's still just white. And when you come through at this point, you're standing there. That field is gone, the sense is gone, and it's night. You're just kind of looking around. You're still in the crater at this point, but what was there with all of the emergencies and all the emergency first responders and everything else, no sign of it anywhere. You're just kind of out in the middle of it, and there's a light rain drizzling down.
So he just kind of looks around and just kind of evaluate. Oh, let's do an awareness roll.
Yeah.
So he's just looking around, curious, going, "Okay, well, this is new." 13.
You happen to notice that time has passed. Not a lot, but enough. When you turn around, you recognize the crater, but there are all kinds of new structures sort of inside and around it. Not
Mm-hmm.
everywhere. It's almost like shanty towns have just cropped up from out of nowhere. It's still the same place, and with the light drizzle that's hitting your head and your back and the rest of it, the the feeling of the place still has that weight to it, but you can still feel the presence of whatever that was here. When you're taking a look upward, you still have that smoggy sky and the man glow that's bouncing off the top of it, and there's just a feeling of travel. Like you kind of get the idea that you've jumped ahead somewhere, or maybe to the side. A little hard to know. But what is for certain is that you're now where you're supposed to be, and that part feels right. You also feel unchanged. Really, you just kind of have this sense that now things are where they're supposed to be. Not certain as to why, but you have your calling to procure, and
Mm-hmm.
you now have the means to do it. Somebody from behind you at this point, you hear like a little clatter of some movement, and this guy kind of rolls over. It's like, where'd you come from, buddy? Like, obviously inebriated to some degree.
Mm-hmm. He looks at him in Sumerian because he's still kind of captivated by the moment and says, "Oh, hello, friend." And like the friend, of course, evokes like a warm wind of comfort.
Yeah,
So like the spirits will like enwrap the man in like cold, like warm air,
right.
like a summer's breeze.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, ah, like that. He looks down and it's like, oh shit, I gotta stop taking that stuff. Like that, just kind of leans back and just like kind of half goes to sleep again.
It's like, ah, too much honey, like honeyed wine.
Yeah. All right. Well, like I said, you've definitely jumped forward. You don't exactly have the
Mm-hmm.
exact time frame or what time frame it's like what year it is now, but you do recognize on how to like check. But you can push yourself out of this area, which doesn't have a lot of like. There's not going to be any kind of terminals or any kind of access points that you can get to yet, unless you go into the
Well,
main street.
yeah, Jekyll did teach him how to use the to some extent.
Yeah.
So he's talking at it, and Sumerian says, "Ah, hello, friend. Tablet?
Right.
What day?"
You can see that it's actually updating. Like the shift caused your brace to suddenly recognize that it was out of whack, and it re-updates itself. It is presently September 5th of 2079.
How many years is that? 9 years?
Yeah.
So he just kind of looks at it incredulously, going, "Well, ah, my lord always has a sense of humor, I suppose." And it says, and he just kind of looks at the sky and says, "I wonder if home's changed." Because he,
Yeah. I'm
so
going out
he,
for groceries 9 years later.
9 years later, so he gets up and he gets out and out of the crater. So he follows the winding paths and the man-made the shift stairs, like the sub, and he's just kind of observing things.
Hmm.
He's drinking in the feel of the crater and everything else. This is really wonderful. I'll have to remember this place.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you can still feel the presence of whatever it was that was here. It's still
Mm-hmm.
there. You can't see it, but it's definitely present. Something about transferring through it kind of helps you stay connected to the fact that this is the center point of an incredible change. Like it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't just that. Like whatever that fight was that you had a chance to witness was far more important than just merely some squabble between more powerful beings. There was a lot on the line for that, and
Hmm.
it went in the right direction. You feel, and so now is like,
Yeah. So I mean, he's perfectly happy, going, all right, everything's fine, going home.
everything's all good. That's good. Yeah,
That's good. Now I can go back to finding my wolf. No, that kind of attitude. He's just
yeah.
like, all right, crisis averted. Ta-da! So I mean, he gets a jumper back, and he goes back to the Central Park in his home.
Yeah. Well,
Because at this point he knows, he's like, I know, lots and lots of work to do. Probably going to have to repair the roof again.
well,
He's
in
just so matter of fact about everything. Just like,
yeah. Well, when you get back to your hut, it's kind of in better shape. Like the overgrowth that's come from over the 9 years, everything is sort of like interspliced itself on your rooftop to where
hmm
like the natural branches, shrubbery, and the rest of it. There's a fine layer of thick moss that's grown over the top, which now kind of slightly dangles off the top of the shingles, but
hmm
it's perfectly sealed. There's no way that anything's going to be coming through that, and the moss is kind of keeping it well insulated. So your rooftop is literally just this green blanketed, garden-like thing. You can see some like small amounts of flower and things like that growing through it, with the vines causing this lace weave that goes over that, and it's using whatever you had there as the foundation for it.
hmm
And there's just there's no breakage at this point. So whatever kind of stuff kind of comes through, even in wet weather, the wood will kind of expand naturally whenever it absorbs that and blocks it,
hmm
because you've also got it to a point where it's properly pitched, like on the underside and the rest of it. So over the years that's kind of faded, but it's kind of worked in your favor at this point. You don't have to dick with the roof. And then
yeah.
there's
So he's happy. Like, he literally claps his hands really loudly and just yelps in delight. Like, yes.
yeah, things on the inside seem to be a little dusty, but not nearly as much as they should be. You can also see the trail of like smaller feet all over the place. It looks like they kind of come in here and clean from time to time.
And then he just looks around and goes, oh, friends, thank you for looking after the place.
Yep. Well, and there's kind of like a flutter in the nearby area in response to all of that.
hmm
Let's see here. Oh, one last thing. Oops, that is
He says,
me.
I will have to do. And then he orders a pizza for them.
Of course.
Well, I know. Let's maintain the Dresden tradition.
Right. Well, they do it too. They fucking eat the shit out of that. Um. Well, you kind of come into that. So once you get the pizza ordered, of course, you go pick it up towards the parking lot, because that's where they recognize it. Your house doesn't have like an address or anything.
Right.
Yeah. While you're going out there and picking that whole thing up, um, you've got people that are kind of meandering around in the parking areas and things like that, because like you're right there on the cusp. But you're kind of listening to it, and you've heard that there's obviously certain changes to how people are. Things are still in a dire situation, but it's almost as if like you felt like the needle tilt the other way that
hmm
that particular day, and now here you can feel that the result of it still remains in that direction. Something about it is very, very forthcoming and positive towards it. So the course change that occurred was prominent and functional, but it's there's still always a risk that it can go the other way. Um, you get your pizza, you feed your little minions for 9 years worth of work. They don't really seem to notice the passage of time. I mean, 9 years, 900. What's the fucking
Difference. It's a blip.
yeah? It's one of those things where it's like it doesn't really necessarily matter. It's all the same.
And he's
Um,
just being thankful.
yeah, well, and they appreciate it, of course. Food is how it's food and fey, man. Those two things go together quite nicely. Um, so you get that all set and handled. Now it's a matter of curiosity kind of kills the wolf. Are you going to go searching again, or do you find yourself leaving?
So at this point, he kind of settles in, because he's still. I mean, it's like he woke it. He's like midday for himself, but it's like 9 years later in nighttime.
Yeah.
So he doesn't feel sleepy at all, and he just kind of thinks to himself. It says, ah, I wonder if and he just kind of goes, I wonder if Ivan still roams the forest with his pack. Oh, let's go find out. So he actually just goes right into the werewolf hunting grounds.
Yeah, because Ivan was the pack leader to the group that you met.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find
He
out what
kind of
he's.
wants to see he wants to see the state of the people,
Yeah.
see how they change, and Ivan was always his contact, and on some level, friend,
Yep.
because he's friendly with everybody.
Well, it takes you a little while. Not a terrible long time, but to you, I mean, you've got more patience than the entirety of the whole world put together right now. Just because you've never been like dopamine addicted to anything, so patience is easy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you go searching for a while. It takes several hours.
And
Ivan.
he's being obvious about it.
Yeah.
He's singing in Sumerian
Hmm.
to announce himself. So he's singing the old ballads and old stories, letting the spirits dance between the trees around him. His body has that kind of like swaggering dance that he always does,
Yeah.
and the bells in his hair are kind of jingling to the music as well. So he's making it very obvious who he is.
When you finally do come upon him, it looks like the pack is actually doing fairly well. A lot of them are out at the moment because the nightlife definitely calls. But there's one of them that kind of approaches you. Now they're not in their wolfen form whatsoever, but they come up and you can see that he's broader now. You've recognized him as part of Ivan's pack, and he's still alive, but he's broader and definitely a lot more filled out.
Oh,
Uh,
this is the one that got disabused by the notion that he knew what he was doing.
right, yeah, the one that was basically super hostile to you at first. Um, but like I say, he looks more filled out, and there's something that's wary, but not like crazy out of his mind, just looking for a fight kind of thing. Like he seems tempered, and he's just kind of like he just sniffs the air. He's just like, nah, like that kind of comes up and sees where you're at, and you've like come out of the darkness where he's just like, you, what are you doing here?
And he just kind of puts out his arms and says, "Ah, pup, you have grown into a fine young man, fine young wolf."
Yeah, he just kind of
In
stands back.
Sumerian, which
Yeah,
he probably doesn't even understand, as
yeah.
the tablet goes, "Ah, pup, you have grown,
Oh my
fine
god.
young man."
Straight up Stephen Hawking style. Um, well, in this case, it definitely sounds a lot better than that.
Yeah, but like it's the words he puts into it, and then again, it's that warm wind that kind
Yeah.
of envelops the younger wolf.
Yeah.
Say like of just conveying his actual feelings through the words. It's the power of the curse of the
Right.
language.
Yeah. Well, in this case, he just kind of takes it back and sort of like, I thought you were dead, old man. Like, he just basically is like, you haven't been back in almost 10 years.
And he just starts laughing. And then like the bells in his hair just and says, "Ah, well, a little bit less of myself," just like looking at his arm, but
Yeah. He just shakes his head. He's like, were you wanting to talk to Ivan?
ah. And then he switches to English. "Ivan in? Yes?"
He's like, yeah, yeah, just a second. And he goes, so what they have is this like larger lodge.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like not like a hunting lodge, but it's something similar to that, where it's like wider, larger. It's kind of a longer, well, almost
Mm-hmm.
trailer looking setup where they can kind of all stay dormed in if they want to, and it's got all the amenities involved, and it's pretty nice. It's got a full wraparound porch to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
When Ivan kind of emerges, you can see that his hair has been pulled back into a full braid instead of just hanging loose like it usually does. He's got it pulled back. He's got a longer beard now that comes down. He was originally clean shaven, but he's just got it here. It's well tended. When he's just kind of like cocks his head to the side, he sniffs the air. He's like, damn, what the hell happened to you? You've been gone forever.
Huh. And he says, "Ah," and says, "Ah," in English, "Ah, friend Ivan."
He just nods his head. It's like, yeah. And he's like, get inside. Get the man some goddamn food. Like, the other one just kind of like, right. Steps inside.
And he's just jauntily, like his swaying walk with the bells ringing. He's as happy as can be because he gets to see Ivan again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's also looking a bit more mature, not quite so frantic. But he's just sort of like, No, seriously, what happened to you out there? You've been gone forever.
And it says, "Ah, no." He goes, "Ah, that story."
He just nods and says, like, yeah, I'll bet. You're a weird one. Nothing seems to be normal around you anyway. Because he's looking around at all the stuff that kind of happens while you're talking. You know, even if it's just subtle intent that's kind of mixed in with it, things are changing all the
Hmm.
time. So he's like, yeah. Anyway, like, you see the pup comes back out and he's got a platter full of a lot of food. We're talking like burger, bacon, meat, all that fun stuff, along with like all the other amenities that go along with it, with cheese and wine, and just a
Well,
bunch of stuff.
he is a wolf, so his eyes get nice and big, and he goes, "Oh." And then in Sumerian, he's just saying, "Oh, friend, such a feast as this, so unworthy as one as I." And then he just kind of somewhat he somewhat abases himself just a little bit because he doesn't feel like he's worthy of that.
Right. Well, in this case, they just kind of set it down. They like flap open a table that that's kind of nearby on the porch. They just kind of flick it open, and there's like seating and benches and stuff because apparently they obviously use this as like an eating point where they can just want to be outside if they need to. But yeah, I mean, like you're still kind of out here in the Central Park area because it's that kind of where they've harbored up. And the lodge wasn't necessarily fully complete by the time you disappeared, and now it looks like it is. So there's been a
Hmm.
lot of work done. But they just kind of sit and you kind of one handed just shove your face, kind of just enjoying the meal because it's good.
Kicking back like the beers that he gives and
Yeah.
things like that. It's like, oh, this is wondrous. What is natty ice?
Well,
Oh, sorry, natural ice.
right.
Natural ice. Something that survived the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Um, so he's doing that, and then he stops and he fills and he just sighs and he says, "Ah, well, a story for a meal."
Ugh.
And then he just says, "Let us,"
Spiel.
and because he's got that that storytelling from his what his capacity was a seneschal for the Wolf King.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Let me tell you a story of beginnings and of ends."
Right.
We're gonna do a persuasion roll with what he's doing.
Certainly. The other thing too is that you can turn off the audio on your thing. So what it'll do is it'll create the projected text in English, so
That's what
you
he's
can
gonna
just
do.
talk, and then it will just show. You basically give yourself subtitles.
19. So 19 persuasion because he's trying to educate the children. Says, "Ah, let me tell you about beginnings and because of ends." And then he begins to weave his tale from beginning because he wants them to be curious as to why he was in a silver coffin, but he doesn't want to tell them.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Imprisoned in silver and tomb of steel, found by a mystical." And it's this song singing dance of, when he was saved by Black Sun and everything else, and then the conflict with Miltech, the losing of his arms, the finding of his wolf, and then the losing of his wolf. Up into the, you know, talking about the first time his lord commanded him in the beginning of an alleyway to meeting Enki again, the lord of all wolves. And he says, and to his purpose, which was to, always maintain the balance.
Right.
And that there has been a profound shift. And when he went in as commanded, he ended and began anew.
Yeah. Let's see here. Some of the pack that was still on the inside, wondering what the hell was going on, had come out during all of this, and you kind of got sort of enraptured in your own stuff for a minute. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
by now you've got about 7 or 8 individuals just kind of sitting there on that porch, just kind of like watching as things kind of move on. As part of the pack, all kind of looking punky. Some of them are actually quite a bit younger. It looks like the pack may have enlarged a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you finish that up, and you've got Ivan just kind of sitting there like, I mean, I guess that explains it. Yeah, like this is like, I need to be more specific whenever I ask you, but I mean that was good. I'm not complaining. I just that was a lot. Like he kind of looks down at his brace and he's sort of like, it's been 3 hours. Um,
Oh, he didn't even get to the story in the history of the people because that would take days.
yeah.
How many days do you have?
We got other stuff to do, like eat. Maybe take a piss at some point. So you're gonna have to hold on
Right.
on that. So yeah, I mean, he's just like, okay, I understand completely what's going on now as far as where you're at, but I mean, like, I guess the next question that I only have left is why'd you come here? What do you need?
I just wish to know the state of the people. And he says, as time has passed, I fell from what you and I had discussed.
Well, as far as my pack's concerned, things are actually much better off than they could have been. He like looks back and indicates like some of the younger of the brood that he has with him. And he's like, new bloods, kind of taken in the right direction. Of course, werewolves themselves are still in league with the Prince to Night City. All of the pacts that have been given at that time have been held up. Nothing's been changed on that front. There's still tension, of course, but things are stable. As to the rest of it, there's all kinds of other goings on that are of concern.
Ah, friend Ivan, what is of concern to you?
Well, other than the fact that there's been a massive influx of all kinds of strange things happening lately, feels like it did a while ago. Like maybe something stirring right underneath the surface of stuff. Night City's different, I guess, from what you remember. And you'd be right. There was something about that day, something about that time that just shifted. I never really knew what it was. But based on your story, apparently it was something to do with that. And I remember that, but they've cut out all feeds they had. Whenever we were looking at it the time, it was looked at as some kind of laboratory disaster or whatever, as some sort of lame excuse. Turns out it's not true, which is not a shock, of course. But, I don't know. It just kind of feels like certain things are starting to heat up. I've had certain pack mates who've been running into uglier things. Maybe demons, something like that. Usually they don't pop up. There's actually been problems with one of the newer corporations that have made a name for themselves over time. One of their locations got completely boarded up for reasons unknown. And, it's been a problem ever since. Area is under biohazard conditions. Nobody's allowed in. And surrounding that place, all kinds of problems. What was the name of that place? He's like, Brent. Like you see this one, like one of the younger ones, just kind of like looking at something as it's floating around because it's still the remnants of your story. He's like, yeah, what? Like, it's like, what's that place called? That new corp that showed up recently. What the hell's the name of it? I can't remember. He's like, just kind of looks like, it's where they've got that place locked down now. Some convention went completely wrong, and now it's all cordoned off. They even have the military there. He's like, oh right, yeah. That was Neurodyne, right? And he's sort of like, yeah, that's it, Neurodyne Industries. They're kind of a new kid on the block, making all kinds of trouble in various ways. Whatever's going on in that dark hole that they made is causing enough trouble for everybody. And getting in the general vicinity, well, hell, I mean, if you decided to go look at it, I'm sure you'd figure it out for yourself. But that's just one of the things. There's all kinds of stuff like that happening in everywhere, even down in some of the lower territories.
And he just kind of pauses for a minute. Would this be an occult lore roll?
perhaps might just actually be sort of like a local knowledge type of thing. If you want to just make like an intelligence essence check for me to kind of like drag that
Okay.
together, and then we'll see. You can do an occult as well to kind of
Okay.
see if there's any correlation.
What's the target?
It's just going to be an 8.
Okay, target fail 1, explode 10.
Wow, that's good.
3 successes.
Yeah, you got 2 freaking pop offs right there, 2 exploding
Mm-hmm.
dice. All right, well, I mean, so now what you're going to be doing with this is that you're basically thinking about it and you're going like, the shift is going to cause all kinds of things to happen. And it's definitely a shift. And if it's going to be anything good, whatever it is, it's going to be trying to stop this or stop or stay the course. There's going to be a lot of objection to that. So rising forces and friction are just inevitable. This seems to be appropriate, which also means you probably have work to do. Now, as far as your
Mm-hmm.
cult is concerned, you can base it on the foundation of that understanding.
Yeah, let's do that. $14.
Wow, damn. Yeah. So the veil probably has gotten thinner because it's supposed to. When things like this occur, it needs to be more flexible. It needs to be more effaced. And in order to do that, for things to move along, means that shit is going to start kicking off. So,
Mm-hmm.
definitely on the right track, but also kind of going in the direction of what you're more used to, where
Mm-hmm.
sacred and profane are closer together than they've ever been.
So he just looks at Ivan and says, the veil is thinning.
He just kind of
So
like shakes his head. It's like, what are you talking, like a wedding veil? Like,
no. And then he just gets a stick. He basically is like teaching a child. So he says, gets up, grabs a stick, and draws a line in the dirt.
mm-hmm.
We are here. This is the spirit. And all other domains. Like multidimensional domains. All other domains. Higher, abyssal, and he just like lists them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The veil is the barrier between two. It is weakened, therefore things move back and forth, like the old times in the dreaming city, and then he just says where the people protected the veil, where we, like encompassing all werewolves,
Yeah.
kept balance between humanity abusing and the spirit abusing. So the conflict you see is the struggle of powers trying to take advantage of one side or the other.
It's just kind of like, okay, yeah. I mean, I'll have to take it on your word for that one there. He's just like, listen, all I can tell you is that we're kind of keeping to ourselves up here. Things aren't too bad where we are, but if you go to some of the southern territories, they can be pretty gnarly. And if you're in the Daedalus belt, that's kind of where the worst of it is. I don't know what you want to do with that information. I don't know. He like looks at your arms like start a crusade or something like that. But yeah, as far as the state of all werewolf kind, I can more or less say that things don't seem to be going too bad.
That is good. And that sparks not sparks joy. And he says that brings me a great happiness.
I mean, he's just like, well, I'm glad that you're happy. And he's just sort of like, I respect you, Arad. I don't understand you, but I respect you at the very least. And he's like, if you need something from us, you can always come back and ask. For now, I've got a few things I need to take care of. He looks at his brace, he's like, 3 motherfucking hours, God. Like, just. Everybody's just kind of like getting up and moving around. There's a younger one that's female that's probably mid teens. She just kind of like looks you over. She just kind of gives you this smile of like being sort of entranced by something. It's that whole like it's the same expression you might get from a kid who heard a really awesome story and they're like, what else is in there? And they kind of want to know. They just kind of get thrilled, but she doesn't quite understand what's happening. So she just kind of goes like, all right, you're smiling at an old dude. Just go back inside now. Don't be weird. Like that, and goes inside of the lodge as they kind of filter off.
And he looks at Ivan and he says, well, I'm very happy that your pack is on. When I find my wolf, I will show you the way again.
And he just kind of cocks an eyebrow. It's like, yeah, you hit me up when you find your wolf, all right? Just kind of.
But if you have need, ask the spirits and they will tell you where I am.
All right, like that.
and then he just kind of whispers at like a wind spirit.
Yeah.
And he says, hello, friend. Could you do me a favor?
It just kind of flits around in like a figure eight almost.
And he says, could you keep Ivan company? And if he ever needs me, you find me?
Again, a sort of a reciprocal figure eight kind of figure. Which feels to you to be an affirmative.
And he smiles and says, well, hopefully that works. and he just says, well, there are I have never been to these southern territories or Daedalus belt.
I mean, he just kind of stops and is like, you still have the old number? Yeah, like pointing at your brace, he's like, is that thing still working?
Oh, yes.
And he's just sort of like, let's see if we can even find it. He's like, tab. Yep, I didn't delete you. I don't know why. It's like, just kind of put some things through and you get a map that pops up from a direct message and it's like this right here. And he kind of emphasizes, you can see the territory that's south from where you're at. A fair distance because you can see the scaling. Like, you understand and comprehend these geographics, but it's like the Daedalus belt is a part of the territories of Night City that sits kind of dead center, like between north and south.
If I don't do this, then we're going to get nothing but me.
Oh, I understand it. Nobody else can see what's going on. There's a cat there. He's not just reaching out and cupping. Anyway. Yeah. We're going to move on now.
Yeah, right. So he says, well, if you ever have need, I have, and he just kind of stretches and cracks his back again. I have too much spirit. I think that might be someplace I wish to go now.
He's like, suit yourself.
And he just says, are there any packs, in that area?
He scratches his head and just, I wouldn't say I know them. I know that there's packs there, but we don't really commingle.
And then he just kind of says, well, if you know, just speak to the wind. And then he just kind of shakes his fender and says, and we'll have to work on your communication with other packs.
He's just kind of like, don't worry, I'll break wind if I need you again. Like that, he goes, bakes, steps on the inside. He's, it's one of those things where it's like, it definitely is a sense of respect for sure, but he's just unsure of how to like process that. All right, well, you kind of have yourself in a direction here. You're kind of on your own venture at this point. What's the first step for Arad?
Well, he's kind of look for like a forested area or like a gigantic park, not like Central Park, but not like Central Park. Like if there's like some wildlife area internal within the city. Within that region.
Right. Well, you do a little bit of research, so let's go ahead and do just make me a basic tech roll.
Okay, that's going to be...
Whoopsie doodles.
I didn't get my bracketing.
Yeah. There you go.
11. 11.
11. Yeah, it was coming.
11's a special roll.
Yeah.
It doesn't recognize your existence.
It's super neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Wow, okay. Well, there doesn't appear to be something like a Central Park in the Daedalus Belt. There's a lot of territory. It's very much urban expanse. There seems to be a lot more corporate district like in the area, but there's also, because it's sort of sitting center mass for the entirety of Night City, there's a lot of crossover in terms of like grounder and air traffic. Like one of the centralized points in the Daedalus Belt happens to be Daedalus Tower, which is where all the major highways, the prime arteries of all travel, get pushed across from north to south. And Daedalus Tower is this massive statue that sits in the center of all of that, with these intersecting overpasses just crisscrossing all around it. That's kind of one of the more famous locations in the area. But with its disposition being high-end corporate type sections and sectors, it's adjacent to pretty much all of the lower end. So there's a lot more of the Warrens there as well. So you get a lot of the contrast in the Daedalus Belt. It's a little bit more even Steven inside of the central hub, which is those northern sections, which is where you're primarily at. You know, and of course Central Park and the rest of it's much closer to the ocean as well. But you know, like I said, the Daedalus Belt is kind of, you know, it's starting to make sense as to why the area there has all of that, because rising contention with humanity has a tendency to bring about all kinds of fun stuff. From your present location, it'll probably be about an hour and a half or something like that with a fast jumper, if you were to get there yourself. Let's also establish exactly what sort of credits you have.
We had him at 5,000.
5,000? Okay, yeah, just we'll kind of mark that off. Let's see here. We're gonna go with, I don't get a chance to roll in here very often.
So how much credit did this cost?
Right. Oh, come on. Does it do it again? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Label parts. What? It's screwing up for me. Hold on. I'm gonna do it, damn it. 1d4. Oh, I know why. It's curly. Alright, does that work? Yeah. I know why I went gunny whack. It only costs you 10 credits to go south.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Just wanted to see exactly what that was going to be. But you find a jumper for super cheap. Some kind of public transport just happened to get lucky, and it's one of the headless ones. But the automated driver just kind of turns back. You can see that like that as it turns around back looking at you. And it's sort of like destination as you're stepping inside just out of Central Park because you'd left the lodge behind.
And he says, the Daedalus Belt.
Daedalus Belt. And like it turns back forward. It's like 10 credits, please. You can see a bit of a glitch on the screen. And then the door shuts.
I know he does the one-hand clap again. Fantastic, because he can't do this anymore. He just says, that's how he does it. Like, that's how he celebrates his clap. He goes,
hits the stub. Anyway, but...
like, boom! Fantastic.
All right, you supply the 10 credits. It's like, taking off. Please keep your seatbelt on during the trip. Like that, you can feel it pick up. flight is still kind of an amusement to you, given the fact that it's just not anything you ever thought you were going to experience in this capacity. It's quite luxurious, very easygoing.
Mm-hmm.
And the feel of the magnetic thrusters and everything else like that just kind of gives you the sense of buoyancy in the air. You know, no wings or anything else like that. You do see that there are avionics that are just like that still. They haven't changed. But the fact that you can also do other things like turning on the electrochromatic surfacing so that you can see outside past general surfaces, even the floor, if it's like the more luxurious rides. This one doesn't have that, but you know, the windows in here aren't windows. They're just they basically are video reflections from everything outside, just displaying itself across. And you know, you watch as Night City just kind of drops from view. You push through it, getting into the mesh of traffic like some kind of beehive, and following suit with the various routes. And I mean, you're there for a good hour and a half. You're going pretty fast. That's the other thing as well, is that in flight, these short, you know, multi-hundred league trips disappearing in a blink, being really no sweat whatsoever to manage. Now he takes you down to what seems to be one of the nearest like way stations that's here. When he drops it, he descends in, lands, and it's just like, oh my god, why? I don't know why, but it's like, thank you for taking Robo Ride. Have a great day, and the door opens up as you leave.
Thank you, Robo Ride. I appreciate you.
We appreciate you also. Thank you. Like that, and just turns back to the front again.
Well, he pops out and he'll pop an SFR for Pierce the Veil because he doesn't know where to start. He's just going to be himself. He's going to pick a direction based off by the density of spirits, and then he's going to investigate. So we're gonna do a series of, I guess, awareness rolls.
Yeah, let's go for it. What album was this from? Is it Chaos Logic? Yep.
Okay, so I'll do 3 awareness rolls. 17, 17, and 16.
Seventeen, 16. Okay.
So he's letting his hunting instincts kick in, and we'll do some tracking rolls with that as well.
Yep.
So we'll do a track and roll 15 with that 18.
Yep.
That was wrong. $16.
Wrong.
Did I do it again?
It's a D10 plus 7 plus, and again 9, so that's a 16. That would make sense.
Yeah, so 15 with the 17, 16 with the 17, and then one last roll. So we're doing a combined stats. Fails that last one.
Okay.
So basically, the first 2 tracking 17s have a 15 and 16 awareness, have 15 and 16 respectively, and then his 16 awareness had basically botched it.
Yeah. Well, in this case, you're still letting your instincts take in, you know, and going through it and trying to find where there's going to be some kind of, you know, force or pull or cause, you know, something like that. You're trying to sniff out the darkness. What you have in the physical within the 3D world is a multi-stratum situation. There's a lot of mega blocks that kind of wind up being here. When you leave the way station, you're kind of entrenched in it. Never more getting the sense of being in a larger forest that's massive, but built of steel and glass and stone and all this kind of, crazy goings on. Like, it's really condensed around here. With that in mind, you also have an interlacing of sky bridges that intersect in certain parts of these mega blocks, making them almost look webbed from where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're looking up, you can just see them crisscrossing all over the place, where these buildings interconnect and allow for people to kind of move through. And then you have the jumper traffic hovering overhead all the time, and then of course the hollow ads and all the flash and flicker of the standard Night City fare. In areas where it gets a little more interesting, the buildings sort of clear out, making ways for super highways and super freeways. All of them sort of intermeshed like a massive circulatory system in a way, with each one of them overlapping, going on top, curving and winding, ramping down or ramping up. Just huge levels of activity going on all the time. This is... it almost feels like it's more like the central hub than central hub, because there's just so much of that going on. Amidst all of this, at the ground level, there are a lot of grounders, a lot of thumping music. You've got people interacting, going all over the place. There are the shanty towns and lots of congestion where people have, who don't have the means to kind of keep themselves going anymore, are kind of cramped into the corners and, into the wayside of the city streets. And, there's just, there's a hostility here that's also kind of more prevalent. It's even much more high stakes than what you're used to. With that being said, there's also a sort of a rivalry occurring whenever you're here. The sense that things are trying to change and trying to modify, and that's creating a sort of greater surface tension than before. When you're looking at it from within the veil as well, like I said, think of it as like a layer of, that dimension applied to the very top of your three-dimensional physical world. You can see the eminent, like sadness and darkness and the rest of it of human suffering sort of overlayered onto things. And it collects in places where the humanity has managed to collect itself in the same sort of way. It's prominent in certain areas. You do catch sight of certain creatures and entities that are kind of feeding off of this in the nearby plane, as they kind of scuttle about, going across like the bridges of buildings and things along those lines. There are entities that are sort of neutral to even benevolent that kind of move through, but are very much fixed on certain things. And as they shift and move their way around, they don't really terribly acknowledge that you're there unless they get close. But it's only kind of a passing, oh, that's interesting. And then they kind of flit, doing their own thing. Some of them being humanoid, other of them being kind of like vaguely angelic as they move past. Mm-hmm. And you're just kind of like aware of all of it. You do see a condensation of some of this darkness in other areas, and it kind of leads you forward. But you lose the trail towards the end of the day. I mean, you're still kind of... it's actually starting to emerge into morning. Because you had 3 hours, and it was in the middle of the night. You didn't exactly check what time, just what year.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had that conversation and pushing forward. So dawn is encroaching. It's going to start to come through.
Gotta fix my camera. Give me a second.
Yep. I think you're... And we switched places. Isn't that nice? I love that. Boop. Boop.
So at this point, when lose the trail, he now needs to just look for shelter. And he'll pick up the trail again in this area. So he looks at his smart brace and types in the word that he was taught. Hotel.
Well, let's see what you get there and said hotel.
So I guess basic tech roll? Yeah.
Yeah.
Seven.
Okay, you do find a place. It's not terribly far from your location right now.
All right, it goes there.
It's smaller, cramped, kind of shoved in between larger structures. Doesn't look like it's seen. It looks like it's seen better days. But you go inside, and the lobby's at least rudimentarily put together. You've got some guy who's sitting back there. He's got like half his head is shaved with some of it like being part of a cybernetic implant here, and the other part's just
Hmm.
really super short, right? But he kind of looks up from where he's at. He's like, Ugh. He just kind of looks you up and down. Of course, you're gonna look pretty casual because you've only got like the ACDC shirt, jeans, and so on. So you kind of look like you fit in. He's just sort of like, well, you're either lost or bored. Welcome though.
And then he just parks up with, or tired and needing a room.
He's just sort of like, ah, yeah, it's 60 credits a night.
And he just pre-offers the 60 credits, and he's just like, okay.
Yeah. He takes it, puts it through, hands back the stick. He's like, we do have cleaning every day from around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so if you're there, you can let him in or not. Up to you.
Wonderful. You have a great morning.
He just kind of like acknowledges the
And
fact that
he's
this is
all,
kind of.
it's Sumerian still the entire time,
Yeah,
so he's
of
got the
course, with the.
text-to-speech.
Yeah, he's just kind of like,
Yeah.
eh. He just raises like, yeah, you too. You take the key card, go upstairs. Place is kind of, like there's no elevator or anything like that, but you go up the steps to the third floor, and you get to the room that you're supposed to be at. Just put the key card in front. It clicks open for you. It's basic. You don't really have a view or anything. With the way that the building's been smushed in, your window looks out at brick. So you're just kind of like,
Place to sleep. He's got work to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there is a nice bed ready to go. It looks like it's clean. It's just the place itself doesn't have like that alluring look to it that you'd get from like high-rise hotels. But
Yeah.
I mean, you'd get it. I need to actually do a quick thing here while I'm on the topic. Do I have it open? Yes, I do. Aha, yeah, I probably put it in here now that I think about it. I did. Go figure. Let's see here. Let's go and put it. Yeah, the place is just going to be called the Red Shack. That's literally the place of it. It's more of a motel, but yeah, that's where you are. It's the Red Shack.
Okay. I mean, he just ultimately just goes to sleep.
Well,
Maybe.
how many hours do you normally sleep anyway? You're probably, what, 4 to 5 on the average, just the way your body's fed?
Yeah. I mean, he just needs a little bit of sleep, and then he gets up and it's like, okay, time for the day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you wake up and it's still pretty much right after dawn, somewhere around, like, 9 in the morning.
Hmm. And he just, at that point, he's hungry again, so he just looks for food on the tablet.
Not hard to find. There's actually several street vendors that are, like, in the nearby area, including the, like, ground, like, street level restaurants and things like that, where you go and pay, and they'll make some pretty decent food, as a matter of fact. And you get yourself some, like, some hearty looking, like, soup and sandwich at a place that's at ground level, maybe about a half a block down the way.
Hmm. I'll say that he spent like 15 credits. How about that?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. So, I mean, he just gave his credits, he ate his food, he was pretty happy, and then he goes back to the spot that he stopped tracking. So we will do more awareness and tracking rolls.
Go for it.
But this time we'll just do the one to give direction, and then we'll kind of go from story from there.
Das gut.
Okay, awareness 9. Oh, he has to engage his I gotta make sure he uses his SFR. When he sleeps, does that replenish his SFR? Or
I
does
think
he
in
need?
his case, yes, because he doesn't have
Okay.
a lot of SFR draining abilities.
Yeah, just pierce the veil is just 1 SFR.
Mm-hmm.
So 12 on awareness. And there's his tracking roll. 15.
Mm-hmm. Good. Well, you start to move through, kind of getting an idea of where this darkness is going to start pushing you. And, you know, you get led into a part where there is an awful lot of, you know, just kind of surrounding negativity that you kind of encounter. It sort of swirls in the general vicinity of where you're at. The territory that you're in now is definitely more, even more hostile than before, sort of accentuating this. And you can see that there are groups of individuals who look like human packs, or in this, what you've been learning to call them as gangs, seem to be in the general area here. And they take note of you, but you haven't done anything to upset or unbalance them, so they're not engaging. But there's a fair number of them here, which is kind of unsettling in terms of, you know, just the fact that there's obviously stuff happening. When you start to sniff out that there are other entities that are definitely present, it becomes pretty easy to note this. Because you can see them traveling into various shops at ground level and various areas that kind of complement where some of these, you know, like territorial borders are being laid out. Because you can feel and sense the variation in territory depending on what street, what block. And like, to anyone else, you're just kind of meandering, going from one place to the next, not really having an objective in mind. But you do end up encountering some kind of smaller shop area that's a little bit more rich than some of the other ones. Not certain by what, but there definitely is a pulsing darkness here that kind of attracts your attention.
Well, it's time to satiate his curiosity.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a darkness that is breaking the veil and taking advantage, or is it a
It
darkness that
could
is
be,
counter?
because what you're
Or
getting
is
is
that
residuals. You're getting
okay?
the residual darkness from the outside. You're gonna have to get a look at whatever is causing that to know for sure.
And that's exactly what he wants to do.
Yep.
And Pierce the Veil is still active, so I mean,
Yeah.
he's just.
This might be a good one. We'll see. Yeah. These are good. I like these ones. All right, so you step inside what happens to be.
You didn't want to like. Oh fuck.
Really
Yeah, so he walks in the shop and just starts sneezing at the darkness. Like the darkness is just so prevalent, he just starts sneezing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like pepper right in the face.
Yeah, it was a little too much for him. He's like, ah, werewolf nose going berserk. We'll play that into it. Yeah.
All right. So you step into this place, and it seems to be kind of this odd hodgepodge kind of shop. Might have been a pawn shop at one point or another. They seem to be selling more specific items, but there's a lot of things here that sort of are draped in, like, a small amount of pandemonium or fear. Like, there's that, and then there's elements of, like, sorrow sort of woven into some of the things that are in it. But one of the lead guys that's behind the counter kind of takes a look up from where he's at. He, of course, is also somewhat cybernetically enhanced, showing off what looks to be a cybernetic arm. And he's reading some kind of magazine on a tablet. He acknowledges your presence. He's just sort of like that, and goes back to what he's doing. He's completely bald, has these kind of odd studs that go in the cranium. They go in the back, and there's a sort of filtration of, like, illumination across the back of his head, making it look like there's, like glowing patterns. And you can tell that he's got, his physique is also pretty well built out, showing that he's spent some time working on cutting out his physique. So he's athletic in his build, but he gives you a passing notice. Of course, you're still carrying your blade on you, but it doesn't seem to alert the man very, very much. A lot of people notice the fact that you're carrying that thing and just kind of take it as like, okay, he's a weirdo. Like, that's basically it. But what exactly is it that you want to be looking around? It's not the whoever it is that's in here who acknowledged you as upon entry, directly adjacent from the place you walked in. So you walk into this shop. This guy's just kind of standing there, behind a counter, reading something. Vaguely acknowledges you. Definitely not sourced by him. There's something else here.
Yeah, he's literally sniffing out the source. So let's do another another awareness.
Yeah.
13.
Well, you start to sniff it out. It's coming in, and seems to be down below. Like you're guessing that whatever's causing this is down below you, probably at a basement floor level or something. There's a door towards the back that looks like it's a maintenance point. There is a bathroom that's on the right hand side, and a third door which might go into like a closet or something like that. But there's like the door that definitely got your attention is the one that is adjacent to the left at that corner, and that one seems likely goes down into the basement area.
So at this point, he's just kind of looking at the floor.
Yep.
And then doesn't even look up at the man. And kind of cocks his head and says, "What's down there?"
And he's like, he just looks up to where you're at and was like, nothing? A basement?
Nothing, but there's something.
Do you need help buying something, pal?
And he just is like, "I would like to go into the basement."
Yeah, well, fat chance. It's for employees only. He like flips something across.
And he goes, "How many credits?"
He's just really, he kind of looks up. It's like, what do you mean?
Well, I hear people pay things for things. I wish to pay to go to the basement.
He's like,
Or you could just let me go to the basement.
he's like, it's for employees only. It's not like it's for sale.
We're going to do a persuasion roll.
Okay.
So as he's saying this, he's trying to be persuasive, like you can either let me go or I can bribe you to go, right? Depending on what he chooses.
Yeah.
So, 21 persuasion.
Okay.
It says I would greatly appreciate it if you would let me be considered. What is the word you said? Employee, so that I could go into the basement.
He's just kind of like, all right, pal, sure. Pay me 1,000 credits. You can go downstairs. Like, he flips again. He totally, like, nonchalant, not expecting you to even shell out that kind of cash.
He goes, "Okay."
He stares up. He's like, what? Like, he just kind of looks up at the point.
And he's just holding the stick like, "Okay."
I've got to roll for him to see exactly what the hell he's going to do at this point.
I have determined that most people in Night City don't know how to deal with with Arad's positivity.
Well, and just flat out like I joked around about getting 1,000 credits, and he's just sort of like, I can get a different job. That's fine. Like, he's not beholden to the place like that. And he's just sort of like, It's like, that's basically 2 weeks of pay immediately. I can be somewhere else. Fuck it. I just sort of, he's just like, like that takes it. He goes, boop. It clears. He's like, I'm going on break, like that. He just like tosses the credit stick back at you and steps out the front.
And he snatches it out of the air and puts it in the pocket and goes, "Enjoy break." Like in broken English, "Enjoy break." And he just goes straight downstairs.
Right. All right. So
it's interesting having a character with this much persuasion.
Well, like I said, the guy doesn't really care, and it doesn't look like there's active security cameras in here or anything. But you go to the door, and you just open it up, and there's a really horrid smell that starts coming up from the stairway.
At that point, his the bells kind of go silent, so no longer are they jingling,
Mm-hmm.
and he is going to stealth in.
Alrighty.
So he's hunting
Yeah.
at this point. And he's going to spend 1 SFR to do True Form of the People.
Yep.
So I got to change his stats real quick.
Yeah, you should be able to just change it from
I know,
41
it's
to
so
42.
cool. I love that. I really love that. Oh shit, his stealth just goes straight through the goddamn roof. You're gonna love this shit. You
Okay.
ready?
Yeah, let's go.
19 is his base for stealth. So 22.
Yeah, that's really good.
So he's hunting. Because he just feels the stench and everything else. So his sword's drawn. He automatically went on the defensive. He is just hyper focus, and we're gonna do a combat sense awareness too,
Good idea. Yep.
because that's the thing is he smells something bad, he senses darkness, and he's on the hunt. So 23. And then we're gonna do an awareness as well, because he needs to be hyper. So he's just hyper focused
Right.
on everything. 15. So he's blended into the shadows. He moved with his weapon drawn, ready for combat, but at the same time trying to understand what's going on. And his vision, he still has the vision activated too. But pierce the veil.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hold on 1 second here. Just popping in a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to see exactly how I can make this work. There we go. Oops. I don't know why I emulated that there. There we go. Yowza. Okay. You go stepping down into the basement area. This comes to a landing and then zags back towards being more underneath because you go down and away, hit the landing, take the right, doing a 180, going down again. There is, no major doorway or anything down here. It looks like an open space that goes into the foundation where you can find a lot of very standard basement type stuff. There seems to be some overstock down here. There's a number of dusty shelves with some other kinds of kept materials and miscellaneous tools. There's a couple of fluorescent lights down here, which are kind of like buzzing. We're gonna go slightly different here at this point, but yeah. So
That dark fancy forensic.
yeah. So when you're like diagnosing all this, the smell that you're getting right there is that sickly sweet smell of gangrene almost, but mixed with like human refuse. It's really palpable down here. It's bad.
Yeah.
Which you're kind of wondering if the other guy even like went down into the basement on his own ever, given the fact that the smell is so profound that it's, you know, it's startling that any human being would be able to come down here without smelling it and being all kinds of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he just uses his awareness and combat sense and everything else. He's just kind of casting everything out with his senses.
Yeah. While you're picking that through and the rest of it, there's a sense of where the smell's coming in strongest. Now, the you know, this is not the entirety of the basement down below. You're kind of basically sensing out that there's another area. So you come around some of the shelving, you know, kind of looping to your left. And like I said, there's like the buzzing fluorescent lights and the rest of it. There's a bit of that sound of something like, you know, moisture kind of condensing and dripping off in some part of it where some of the pipes are at. I mean, it's kind of got that sort of almost mildewy smell down here as well. And then there's a part of the basement that's sectioned off. Like it looks like it's all just concrete, doing that cinder block wall. And then there's another door that's at the far end against the wall. So you came down the steps, went towards the wall there, towards the front where the street and foundation end, and then you kind of take a left going looping around the other way. And then at the far back end on the right-hand wall there's a doorway leading in, and that's where the smell seems to be coming from.
All right, he still uses with this, I guess it still engages with the stealth to try to open the door as quietly as he can.
The door appears to be locked when you try to open it.
How solid does the door look?
Fairly solid. Heavy, you know, there's this kind of like heavy wooden sense to the door in and of itself, and you know, like you could probably push through it. What's your body right now? Especially since
13.
Oh Jesus, yeah, no, that wouldn't even. If you were to like shatter it, you could literally blast right through it with that kind of strength.
Well, with that kind of strength, he could just.
You could also just rend the door out, or to like punch it out, and like literally the mechanism that holds it together, and just blast that through. Like at a 13 body, you can. This door means nothing. It's not really an obstruction. It's just a delay.
Yeah, he's gonna pop out the lock.
All right, so you're like that. You just like punch 2 fingers through it as the lock mechanism for where the door is. Right.
Yeah,
there
so he basically got the sword in his hand like this.
Yeah.
And just does. Boom.
Yeah. I have the skeleton key, don't you worry. Like, the door kind of goes like that as it pops in, and of course with the, you know, like the tongue and the rest of it just not being there, bent out of shape and pushed through the other side, you know, it just kind of does that like shutter and then like slowly rolls open at this point. You can hear something on the inside just going like that as it makes that fucking weird noise you hear splattering. Yeah, and it's just, again, nothing about this circumstance seems good at all.
Well, he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, well, and as far as like breaking the veil, especially with the way that your your veil and vision are operating, this is like a nest of a sort for something that's not supposed to be here.
All right, so he's gonna do what he was meant to do.
Yep.
Be the janitorial services for the universe. Am I wrong?
Not really.
All right, so he just strolls on in, just as quiet. Basically, he just continues with the stealth. Do I need to do another stealth roll? Yeah, I do.
I mean, you could, but you're walking into the room where this thing is at. It knows that you're coming because you just broke the door in.
So it doesn't even matter. He just kind of strolls in.
Yeah. Give me 1 second here. There we go. I have one last thing I need to put in. Let's give him. You go strolling into this room. Now, unlike what you would expect for like a lot of horror movies or anything else like that, and I say you as the player, but it's actually fairly well lit. But the walls are marred and like dark ichor from obviously numerous number of times that this place has been used. There is clearly something rather fresh laid out on a metal table. The corpse of another human that has clearly been gnawed on. When you look at the thing that's doing it, as it's like staring with its big, old, wide, almost frog-like eyes, as it's got a big head, big maw, sharp teeth, and it looks like it's kind of semi-humanoid in a sense, but it's got that sort of bumpy, like dermis that makes you think almost like a toad in a sense, but it doesn't share any other characteristics besides the eyes and the skin, because that dark brown red coloring of it is just smattered with that gore on top of it. Clearly some kind of, like a demonic spirit of some sort or another enjoying a meal. And the body happens to be still semi-warm, probably having just gotten this down here to enjoy itself recently, as most of the upper torso from the right shoulder on up is missing along with the head. But there's just like all of it's pouring down. Of course, it doesn't speak anything. It doesn't speak anything at all whenever it's doing this. It just kind of like makes this low hunched growl, making that whole point, and it's clearly on at this point. He wants to try and take you down. Let's see what's the best. I want something that's going to be not too hard hitting at the start, but pushing that point. But yeah. All right. In this case, because you kind of have that whole point, you can sort of strike because you've got it in a sense of surprise. It's not expecting that you're going to be there, so you kind of make that first blow at a surprise. Even though it's trying to lunge at you.
He literally gets the wolfish grin.
Yeah.
That like full on predator.
Yeah.
Like the friendly demeanor is gone. And well, actually, it is friendly, but it's just him.
He's a little crazy.
He's a little crazy.
Well, I mean, he's
stuck
in a silver coffin for forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
So I'm applying his fencing.
Yeah.
To his strike.
Yes. Well, and yeah, you're talking about like the fencing martial art.
And he has a melee master as well. So 29 and 25 respectively. Because he's still in the. So when he engages, when he also engages, the true form of the people, bluish runes appear on his skin.
Right.
To denote it. So he's got glowing blue runes all over his body, all written in cuneiform. And he just kind of dances into it, and the bells are silent. That's how pristine his movements are, as the bells are silent the entire time. So he just slices and slices and moves into a defensive position to wait for the next attack. And he is attacking with the Shatakarua, which is a sentient silver weapon with AP2. Spirit Bane, it can hit the intangible.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's a silvered weapon.
Yeah.
So it'll do 21 damage per strike.
Okay, good to know. All right, your first attack was 29 and 25. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Werewolves are beasts.
Yes, they are. I don't think I'll worry about that for the moment. Okay. Yeah, he goes to come at you directly with a rather poignant attack, not realizing what you are. The lunge and snap of the large jaws as he comes after you is a foolhardy attack, to say the least. You just step aside and do cut like that, and you're already just standing, kind of putting yourself towards the corner at the back there, which is not a disadvantage from where you're at, because it means you don't have to worry about him like trying to get at your back at all. And plus, you can use it if he lunges again. But
his disadvantage is the fact that he cannot wield the sword two-handed anymore.
yeah,
So he's having to adopt his style. So now it's like he's committing more of his body to the action.
yeah.
So there is a slight delay in his strikes.
Yeah.
But he strikes true.
Yeah, you should be able to maneuver in and around. All right, let's see here. He gets the first one. You had 29, which that one is definitely a hit, and 5. Actually, I think they both hit in this case. They do, yeah. So you carve into him. Yeah. Oh. Hey. There we go. Okay. I gotta get my head straight on what it is. So. Oh yeah. Right. So you cut, and it definitely hurts. Because you can see the wounds themselves are bleeding from where they comes in, sort of the lower jaw and midriff. Like he slides across on all fours, just kind of slushing across that ichor. And it's just kind of one of those, like, you know, it reorients, kind of focused on you, and just becomes further enraged by the the kind of damage that it suffered. Taking itself very carefully. Snaps its jaws in your direction and actually comes at you with claws and teeth. So you may roll parry or dodge, up to you, sir.
He will do parry.
Okay.
And that's from a melee strike and not from the dodge.
Yeah.
$30.
God. He's got a 23 base. Gotta love it. All right. And
Because he was waiting.
Roll another.
I mean,
parry
he was
as well.
waiting.
Roll
Another
again for the
parry as well.
claws. Yeah, because he's doing teeth and claws. He's going snap and then throwing a claw your way.
28.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he was waiting for it. It's like he positioned himself.
Yep.
He positioned himself, and he's just like poke.
Yeah. So you just go tank like that, and just again reposition just enough to where he's kind of having to constantly watch your motion.
And he's just slowly moving around it. Like his move, even when he attacks, he's slowly moving around. He is stalking this thing.
Right.
He wants it to feel that it is being hunted.
Right. You know, because
we
Arad's such a nice and kind and gentle person.
And we'll actually pour authority. I'm just curious as to how this will work, but you know, he's going to pour his authority into his movements.
Okay. Yeah, just act as a form of intimidation is what you're trying to do.
22. Like this is a presence that's here to hunt this thing.
Right. Is that? Okay. Well, you can see it kind of like tuck back a little bit. Whenever it's doing that, like you kind of push it out, and you're just kind of like trying to like intimidate it down, in which case you kind of do. You can see that your wounds are starting to kind of seal back up, though, despite the facts. It's kind of taking a moment, but it again is kind of wary of you. Now you can press your attack, given the fact that you're kind of pushing it back.
He wants to, just before he does, I'm going to do an occult tactics roll.
Okay.
Because he wants to know what he's hunting. If he can remember it.
You can probably roll if you're. So tactics will help you kill it, but as far as like what it is, that would
Yeah.
probably be more occult.
Yeah, that's the occult roll he's going to
Okay.
be doing.
Okay. Yeah.
The occult roll is 17 for what it is. And then he's going to do, because he's noticing that the wounds are healing up, so he's going to do a tactics roll. Tactics 8. He fails the tactic. He can't figure out how to kill it right now.
Well, as far as the occult's concerned, it seems to be a demon of hunger of some kind or another, like ravenous, unending hunger.
Well, he's gonna, since he can't figure, because he can't remember how to kill it, because it's been a while. You're trapped off him for several thousand years. He's just gonna do the tried and true. Cut its fucking head off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually a good way to go.
$30-31. So he's purposely targeting to cut off the head.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it doesn't get nearly as high. It actually screws up on the on its secondary defense, not being able to manage what it needs right now. And you cleave right into it. It's literally just like you cut it once. It tries to juke out of the way. Its whole right paw just goes completely off right at the elbow joint, causing it to stumble a little bit, giving you the perfect opportunity at its neck. And when you just do that nice cut downward slice, it just comes right through, and you can see it just hit the ground and slide off, with the body just kind of quivering for a minute. Now, when you've done this, and it basically just, because it's like here, yeah, it's just kind of remaining in that state for a second. It cuts right into it. Now it's almost entirely, yeah, even if that is the case. Do you want to try and examine the corpse? Because, like I said, you cut through most of the head, and it definitely hit ground and was like it's bleeding profusely, but it's not vanishing or disappearing yet.
We'll do another tactics roll to evaluate how to get rid of this thing.
Yeah.
12.
You need to just keep, like, you have to deliver enough based on what you got going on here, because it's obviously slowing down. The physical body seems to need to regenerate, which you do start to notice that even with the amount of damage you've thrown in, it is starting to rapidly repair itself. So you're going to have to just really do lots and lots and lots. And you have an opportunity right now because it's pretty much incapacitated. So you can cut.
He's gonna cut off limbs and try to, cut off limbs, cut off the head, just do what he needs to do.
Yep. Well, the head's mostly gone, so you can sever that the rest of the way, and then you can start working on basically bisecting this thing, making it completely inoperable as best you can.
Yeah, he'll next blow will be to cut it in half at the waist.
Okay.
30 at the head and 31 at the waist.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the last piece of meat holding the fucking neck in place as it was trying to regenerate itself gets completely severed, and you kick the head away, and then you bisect it at the midsection. There is no more, like, it just takes it a second. As you see the body struggling to try and put itself back together again, it fails, and then there's this kind of, like, creeping darkness that sort of engulfs it. All of the, like, the remaining blood, guts, and gore that comes from that because of the viscera and the rest of it, the only thing that's left behind is this dark, ichor splatter that's left over from it, but you see it just sort of vaporize away as it's drugged back into whatever sort of hellish plane it emerged from. It's no longer here.
Okay, good. He's just going to do an awareness roll to investigate the room. Because he's, again, it's like job's done. Area's cleansed. And his curiosity gets the better of him, as always. So 28, because he exploded.
All right. Well, important thing to note is that the area is pretty stained. This must have been ongoing for a while. I mean, the primary threat of it is gone, but clearly there's going to have to be some sort of spiritualized cleansing here to kind of purify it further. The corpse and the rest of it and how everything looks, everything here is well used, which means that there's been an ongoing problem for quite some time. You don't know how it's been done for so long without notice, but maybe it's like you don't have the answer to that. What you do know is that it's been used for way too long, and this you're thinking this has probably been going on for maybe years.
Okay. So he's gonna do another roll for occult because he knows it's a hunger demon now, and he's gonna scratch his memories for how to purify this area.
Righto.
15. I blow the cat in. Give me a second.
Yep.
And of course, he's not there. He's just gonna mindlessly complain. Some days you can't win. So, yeah, that's essentially what he's doing. Is he's 15 awareness, or I mean, 15 occult. To like stretch his memory is now that it's dispatched, and usually there'd be priests that would be involved, like the auxiliary to the front lines in the Dreaming City, who do this shit. So he's trying to remember how the priestesses of the moon would do this. Like, oh, okay, did not think this through.
All right. Well, so that being said, you're just kind of doing the best that you can.
And he's got the ichor off the blade and it's sheathed.
Right.
So he's investigating. He's just kind of looking around, kind of seeing if there's any like fetishes that were used to bind the creature to this area.
No, actually, surprisingly not. There doesn't seem to be anything quite like that. You're kind of just sure that whatever is going on, the creature had free roam. It was just able to kind of move through. It wasn't like it had a specific summoning space that it employed to go in and out. It was just here and doing what it loves to do.
I mean, were there other entry points into this room besides the door that I kind of...
Well, at this point, your veil sight had dropped off post-combat, but, I mean, you can look and see if that's the case.
Yeah, so let's pump his veil sight up again.
Alrighty.
Okay, pierce the veil.
When you do that, obviously the room takes a totally different, very gloomy type expression. All of the walls, the floor, and everything that you're kind of looking at here has the air of like pressing, agonized faces in shadow, just kind of constantly opening their mouths, like, and it's like they're almost as if they're eating all of that grotesquerie that's falling onto the floor, which splatters onto the walls. It's just kind of here. You don't see any portals or anything, but like the living, like sinuous type evil that's kind of ingrained itself into the physicality of the place is pretty disturbing. Because it's all just kind of like mixtures between, like that pain and satisfaction, like, but really high rise satisfaction, the kind that's, manic and obsessive and absolutely, overwrought with, like overwhelmed to itself, and just not, into the realm of demons and obsessive, need to satiate the urge. That's what's embodied in the very physicality of the room.
So he's gonna find a clean spot.
Right.
Is there any? He looks for like either chalk or salt.
Well, you might actually be able to find some in the other parts of the basement. Chalk specifically.
Okay.
No salt. There is chalk though.
Okay, so he gets the chalk, finds a clean space in the death room. as
Mm-hmm.
he's referring to it,
Yeah.
and draws a circle around himself,
Right.
and he's going to spend um, 2 SFR. So he's used his max rate of 3 with the veil and that in one turn.
Yep.
So he's going to cast protection, but he's going to pour all of himself into it
Right.
and enhance it with the chalk. And there's going to be a reason he's going to use the chalk. So the circle's just a temporary circle around him.
Mm-hmm.
That's just that. What he's going to do is he's going to cast out his projection as wide as he can,
Mm-hmm.
so that its imagery is paralleled on the walls, and he's going to use the chalk to mimic the symbols in his protection.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're
So he's
basically
binding it. He's binding it to the center circle. Then he's going to get up, and then he's just going to scrawl it on the walls.
yeah, and then flood it with SFR to see if that'll actually do anything. That's an interesting use. I can allow that. Yeah. All right. So you spend some time doing that. It takes a while. Now, mind you, midway through all of this, actually, I need to roll something here. I wonder if he thought you left or not. That'd be hilarious. So he thought you left. You don't get interrupted. Never mind. Um,
Jesus.
yeah, the guy's not really the best. Clearly, that's kind of the
He
point.
literally doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. But you get done with this ritualistic reprinting of what you see, and you put it up on there, and all you do is you suffuse it with your SFR, which in this case, that protection is how much SFR? Two.
Two.
All right. So, and how much have you got left in reserve?
I have 5 left in reserve.
Okay, so it'll take
Because
all of it. It'll be like,
oh,
it'll take it all the way down, but you'll have the room protected.
okay.
I want you to make a will essence check also. Because what you're going to do is you're going to see if you can't squeeze out SFR.
What's the target?
The target's going to be 8.
Three successes, because he's still in his spirit form,
Yeah, so you've
which
got.
jacks up his will.
Yeah.
So 3 degrees of success.
Okay. So that adds on like another 3 SFR that you didn't already have, which is just enough for what I wanted. So in this case, that's like a total of 8 you push out. Now, mind you, you're going to be, what you'll suffer is something called fatigue, which means that right now, it's basically putting you at pain level 1. You're not in pain, you just suffer a -1 to your checks until the fatigue is over, which means you need to go rest. Yeah, and so it's one of those things where it's like, you finish that out, you pour out yourself, standing from that center circle. There's actually a sense of illumination when you're pouring out from what you're doing, knowing that you're trying to move or shift the frequency of the room with its god awful history, and trying to more or less rebrand it as a place that is meant to be cleansed later on. And you force up that protection, shoving out that negativity, and you can see it kind of pushing up against that field that you create inside of the room as it's trying to get inside again and being cut off. There's a kind of odd pressure. You even see the chalk physically luminesces as they try to push up against it, as it starts doing that, and then it holds, and you're like, okay, and the chalk stays in place, remaining luminescent and sort of like burning itself into the walls as it's moving along, because the chalk kind of incinerates a little bit from the heat. But you know that the markings will remain, keeping the SFR in place until further notice.
Okay. Is there something he can use to cover or seal the body, like a tarp or something like that?
Yeah, easy enough. Absolutely.
He just basically puts coins in the eyes and
No eyes, but you do put coins on the chest.
puts coins on the chest. Sorry, no eyes because the head's missing.
Yep.
Puts coins on the chest, wraps it, kind of, I guess, cleans the place.
Yeah. God, you were gonna be down there for like hours, doing all kinds of stuff.
Well, I mean, that's his job.
Yeah.
Just spectral janitor. Um, so he cleanses the blood. He treats the body, say giving words for it to pass on. So he's in his own way. He's reconsecrating the area,
Right.
and he's also in turn, because of the way he's doing it, letting the cat in, and then you know, come on, no, don't you mount me, come on, and he's doing that. I'm not actually shit again. So he basically he's treating it as a sacred moment. He's giving the body
Yeah.
its peace,
Going through like funeral rites, the whole 9 yards.
going to funeral rites, so that it's a double installation of protection. This body has been given its rights.
Right. Making certain that the spirit, whoever was here, doesn't remain in, like
Hmm.
agony and forceful containment. Um,
Now he's just exhausted at this point. He's mentally and everything else, but he's just going to kind of look around to see if there's. He's not looking. I guess he's looking for clues, but I mean, he wouldn't know what clues are because it's not what he does.
right. You're like, maybe I'll just follow another lead. You're like, I'll just see if there's more to go on. It's basically
Yeah,
just doing the vigilante trope.
yeah. To most extent, he's just looking for anything curious. So I guess we'll do another awareness roll,
One more, we'll see what you get.
and we'll drop out of form at this point because he's spent all his SFR and he's now exhausted. So he's now gone back to normal human. 15.
Okay. So, nothing seems to capture your eye. It's actually the absence of things that makes you curious. Because usually, ritualized things, fetishes, like you were saying, is kind of like what you're, like the fact that you were looking for it and didn't find anything is kind of unusual. It's just here. It's like you found its eating area, but not its origins point. There's not much else to do. It's been a few hours now as you've been pulling through and trying to get more information, and the body's been given its proper funeral rites. And even though it's not in the earth, it's technically in the basement, so you don't really have to worry about it being something worse. You still notice that the negative entities and forces that are like trying to feed on the on all of the terrible things that have happened here are still struggling to push way past that envelope of barrier. They can't do it, and so you can leave now in a relative sense of peace.
Yeah. Because eventually they'll just give the fuck up.
Right. Sooner or later it'll stop. It'll be less interesting. They'll find somewhere else to go.
Yeah, right. And he can't do anything about those because that's not his skill set.
Yeah.
Like he's seriously, he's just like he's kind of like he's still very happy, but he's kind of grumbling, going, "This is why we have priestesses of the moon." It's like, I mean, it's like never had to worry about this. Okay, gotta find a priestess of the moon at some point.
Well, you go stepping up the stairs, and when you open up the door to the main storefront, you see the guy turn his head over. He's just like gets startled because he didn't realize that you were still there apparently,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just kind of like that. There's somebody who's in front in the counter there, and when you step past, now mind you still have the veil going, but you see this individual who's like got his hands rested very calmly on the forward case that the guy sits behind because he's got the illuminated case with all the other kind of cool, good, the really interesting things on display. And he's got his slate kind of sitting off to the because he's got a high stool that he's been sitting on. That's what you take note of when you're coming around back to the storefront. The man he's talking to is definitely not human whatsoever. In fact, there's kind of like this shade of a silhouette with this dark vapor coming off of him, and there are two horns that stick up in front, but the fact that its eyes are pure white and just kind of like looking through and at you and looking through and at him, it actually kind of raises an eyebrow, but you don't see the eyebrow raise because you just see the shadowy entity that he is, just kind of sitting there. Even the hands past the suit cuffs are just shadowy vapor like smoke and fog with the, the sense of having fingers and digits and so forth.
And the cult roll. He's still tired, but he's just gonna. Why not? And he critted.
Yeah, he did. Wow, damn near critted twice. So 19 on the
26.
dice. Yeah, 26 total, but 19 on the dice. God damn. You know him to be probably a higher, like a higher demonic spirit of the Umberlands. It takes one look at you and sees kind of what's going on, tilts its head to the side in a voice that kind of sounds like heat and gravel, at least to your ears, but you're also peeked into the veil at this point, and so you're not hearing exactly what it sounds like in the physical three-dimensional sense.
And he's just exhausted. He's
Yeah.
just like, he's like, well, not the best thing.
Not really. But it's just sort of like, it makes sense now. Like that, and you can see the guy behind it's like, what makes sense? This dude, he's like the new janitor. I just had him down there cleaning some stuff up, lying through his teeth. Like,
Although there's some relevance to what he said.
right, he doesn't have any idea what the hell's going on down there, but because you look the way you do, it totally works for being a janitor.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, but you can see it just kind of tilt its head to the side. He comes walking towards the front. Mind you, this thing just has the air of hostility, but it's not directed at you at the moment. It's actually, it's one of those things where it's like it's more curious than anything else.
And Arad is just grinning from ear to ear with that predatorial smile because it's like, well, not the best situation, but a hunt's a hunt.
It just reaches inside of its suit pocket and pulls out a card. It's like, care to meet?
And he just kind of looks at the card. Says, well, not the first. In ancient Sumerian, he's just like, not the first time I have met with your kind.
And he's like, he just nods his head. He goes, like that turns around. It's like, janitor, is he? And the guy's like, yeah. He's like, Jeff, are you done down there? Like, you actually see him like pleading a little bit to play the fuck along, and he's just
like, oh yes, it's. And then he switches to broken English. It says, yes, quite clean. No go down there. Long time. Just leave it alone. And as he does that, he just kind of snatches the card away from the demon.
Thing. Yeah.
From the thing.
And he's just sort of like, you can see like he gets visibly relieved. He's like, he just kind of goes back. He's like, see, told you. Like, goes back to his slate, trying to act like he doesn't give a shit. The thing looks at him and is like, call me when you get the time.
He's thinking to himself, I need to rest before that.
Yeah.
And
he just looks over at the other. Yeah, looks at the others like, fine, employee as it was, I don't care. And it's like, just make sure you take care of what needs taken care of. And the guy's like, yeah, I got it. And then it walks out of the store, nonchalant and confident.
And he just goes, and because he's curious, because how could he not know about all that shit downstairs?
Right.
And he just looks at him and says, as employee to employee, what are you to take care of?
He's just like, I just do the stuff up here, man. I don't go down there. They don't like, the boss doesn't like me going down, so I don't.
Who's the boss?
I don't know. He's just like, well, like, he just kind of like turns around and,
And he goes, was that boss?
He's like, yeah, that was the big boss. He owns a whole string of these stores around here. And he just realizes he's talking to you. He's just sort of like, what does it matter? Get out. You paid your thing. You went downstairs. Get out of here. Like,
So he just kind of talking to himself. Ah, boss who owns stores in the area.
yeah.
Hmm. And he's starting to realize that this is a bit of a bigger issue.
Right. It's connected to a bunch of other things happening.
Mm-hmm. And he's just like, trouble, trouble, trouble. And as he's saying trouble, 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 darker spirits are like popping out light bulbs and things like that because he's using the original world of trouble.
Right.
So trouble's happening as a result of him muttering that word.
Well, and of
And
course, like one of the lights goes out and something like that, and he kind of taps his tablet that he's got going on here. Just kind of he hits the slate. He's like, "What the hell?"
and he
It's
goes,
like,
sorry.
just like,
walks out.
whatever, get out. Like, just go, dude. Seriously.
And he walks out and he goes straight back to the Red Shack because he's just physically done.
Yeah. Well, you get back to the Red Shack, which takes a little bit, and then you pay another 60 to get another night in the same room because you can definitely push that through because you technically have the room for this evening because you were there in the morning, but you could also pay for another day just to make sure that you have like the longevity.
That's what he's going to do because he doesn't know how long he's going to be sleeping.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just tracking my credits.
Yep, you're good.
Because I'm playing a character where I have to do that. Don't have a indisposable wealth stream like we did before.
Right. Yeah, it's not quite the same. Well, you get back to the Red Shack, and the guy just acknowledges, sort of like, "Hey, welcome back." Kind of like raises his eyebrows, kind of like he actually came back. Like, and then but yeah, he just gives you greeting as you come in.
And, good to see you again.
He's like, "Yeah."
All is well?
He's like, "Yeah, pretty much."
Wonderful.
He's like, "All right," and then you like hand him the card, and he's just kind of like, "Another one?" He goes, "Beep," hands it back. He's like, "Enjoy your stay, I guess." Like, when he's just like watches you go up there leaning, it was like weird. Like,
He goes back, pops out, paints a softer bed than he's used to, so he doesn't care.
All right, let's see exactly how long it takes. Wow. Did I seriously? Oh no, it's an 89.
Yeah,
Not
because he spent 10 SFR, so he's spent.
You technically spent 13, which is the reason why you're busted out.
Oh yeah, 13. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, use your will to kind of squeeze out a little bit more than you had.
Yeah, it's terrifying. His will as a human's 5, but his will as a true form is like 8.
And I've also got to correct those sheets in one area because it's miscalculating some of the bonuses for.
Oh.
I've got to fix it, but that's for later. The when you actually wake up, it is so you've surpassed the evening and it's gotten into. I mean, like I said, you were there for several hours, so it was around midday, early afternoon, and you crash out. You don't wake up until almost 10 o'clock the next morning because you're just like that. I mean, pushing yourself as hard as you did was taxing beyond all reason. Oh, what other sorts of advantages do you have? Is there anything like spirit guide or hallucinations or anything else? Just out of curiosity, because I don't recall if you actually have anything like that.
Okay, he is lucky, melee master, natural leader, 9 lives, medium. Cursed, which is the Sumerian causing reactions. Faultlessly honest, enemies, which are antediluvians, and ancient spirits or gods. Because, why not go big?
Go big or go home.
Right. And by the way, that's rank 4.
Oh,
Well, I mean, come on, he is
that's
what
what
he
it is.
is.
I know.
I
You
couldn't
don't have to
not.
explain it. I'm just going like, yeah, that sounds about right. God damn.
Sense of duty, missing limb, and vow.
All right.
Yeah, so he has medium.
Yeah, I was just thinking of something. Sorry, real quick. There's kind of a minor inspiration happening. Mm. Okay, so you wake up, like I said, it's roughly 10 o'clock in the morning. You hear something else in your room breathing like it's asleep. Sounds vaguely familiar, actually.
And he pops full awake.
You're like, huh? Like, yeah. You hear it in the room near towards the end of the bed that you're sleeping on at the right hand corner. And you're kind of
Mm-hmm.
like laying on your right hand side and you look up like this, like, you know, you look down. You actually see something that looks like fur and a tail when you're actually looking over the edge of the bed.
Okay, and he cautiously looks at it.
When you sit up, you can see that it looks very much like the wolf spirit that used to be, you know, yours in this case. And when you look up at it and become aware of its presence, it actually stands up and starts like giving you that happy pant, you know, the kind where the mouth's open and just kind of looking at you, and just gives that subtle wag of the tail. It feels
Oh,
familiar, but not necessarily yours. You don't know why.
okay, not necessarily. Feels familiar.
Yeah. The coat of fur is that gray blue color that wolves can sometimes get. I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but it's really cool
Yeah.
looking.
All right, I'm gonna see if the cat actually wants back in this time.
Does the cat want back in? Next on Shadows.
Come on. Yes. I'm glad you could make that decision. Like you can see him in the shadows.
Yeah. Neff, Master of Shadows.
Okay. No cleans on the butt. He's been having that issue lately.
Yeah. Longer fur, too.
So yeah, he kind of looks at it and he kind of yelps in joy
Yeah.
and just like tackles what's the creep? The wolf.
There is a bit of roughhousing and rebel rousing that goes in here. You can hear somebody banging on one of the other room walls as you get done because you're thumping, rolling around, and going like crazy. You're like like that, just kind of farting around. Whenever the neighbor, like whenever you're, you know, like the neighbors that are next door start pounding, get you distracted for a second. It runs up towards where the door is. It's bigger because wolves are big.
Hmm.
So it just kind of looks at you, same happy grin, but standing there at the door, basically giving that indication of like, let's go outside, like.
He just kind of sighs and goes, well, why not? It's like he has nothing better to do. Like he doesn't have any royal duties for the as a seneschal. He's not working with courtiers or the court of the Dreaming City. He's not having anything other than just basically doing his own shit, which he doesn't know how to deal with.
Right.
So he's just like, why not?
Uh,
So he follows the wolf.
all right, you follow the wolf. Alrighty then, let's see. Do I get the right one?
I mean, he technically is kind of like a puppy.
Yeah, he kind of is. But then again, given his circumstances, I'm not surprised.
But put him in a formal court and everything else, he'll be like, okay, this is what I do.
Uh, that sounds like that could be fun. I'll try that one out. Oh, I know what kind of thing that is then. Okay. I understand. Probably not what I want for what I'm looking at here. Well, okay. So you follow the animal. Put this back here. You follow the animal out, and you start kind of meandering the streets. Right, you're following this dog along. You've got the sounds of activity in life as people are kind of moving about. You're kind of distracted. The wolf seems to walk around people as if it were physical, but you're very much aware that it isn't, because nobody takes notice of it whatsoever. They don't seem to notice it at all. And you know that an animal that large, even if these people were, you know, casually familiar with any part of nature on that front, would be very surprised to see a wolf like that just kind of wandering around on the streets.
Yeah, they'd be freaking out.
They would be, and they're not. So it's very clear to you that it stands on the other side, but it's very clearly something for you.
Okay. So he just kind of just continues meandering and following it. I mean, he's still kind of thinking about his interaction with the higher demon. He looks at the card though, just to kind of see what it says.
Let me. I just need one quick thing to write something down in. It's gonna go to a guy called Brewster Albatross, and it looks like it's just a generalized business card, and it has an address to like a primary office building, and it looks like it's got a number as well. It just looks like a business card, like you'd get whenever you're trying to interact. You've seen it before.
Okay, so at least he knows the name.
Right.
So he goes, ha, Rooster. And then he puts the card back in his pocket.
Right.
He just finds it funny as hell. It's like, that's not your true name.
All right. So when you follow it down and over, it leads you to a part of this zone. It leads you part to this neighborhood in particular where things are kind of like sparse, a little bit more condemned. The buildings seem to be a bit more dilapidated. Mm-hmm. There's a lot that's kind of going on, and in the sense that it's just kind of more quiet, so you don't get like the drones flying overhead or any of that other stuff. It's a poor part of town. And the buildings don't stretch up as tall. They're pushing maybe 6 or 7 stories at their highest, which is pretty short, all things considered. But it's kind of a slum. You're sort of in the Warrens, and the dog follows through, goes down an alleyway, finds itself into an open area, and sits in front of what looks to be probably a younger woman, maybe late teens or very early 20s. She's injured. She's got blood coming off of her head. And she's not disturbed in any way that would lead you to be concerned for, bearing child or anything else like that. But definitely bludgeoned quite a bit.
He just kind of looks at the young woman and says, in English, because Sumerian's going to freak her the fuck out. You need help?
She doesn't quite respond. She seems to be very much out of it. Whatever hit her in the head has got her knocked senseless. But so to give you an idea, there's actually several like downed vehicles in here. There's like dilapidated grounders that have just like no wheels or anything. She's slumped up against one of these, and there's just kind of debris around her, and she's sprawled out, mostly unconscious.
So does it look like it was an accident or that she was assaulted?
No, definitely assaulted. Some kind of a fight. Because you can see on her knuckles, she's got like definite points where she was striking things.
And he's like, not good, not good. He's just going to do a basic first aid, so he'll just use his intel, and then he's going to arrange for transport.
All right.
Or like a med tech just to come in and like patch her up real quick. I think that's what he's like. How much is an instant service like that?
It can be pretty expensive, but I mean, like, you have the cash to do it. You're just because you're down to like probably what, like 3,000 something or 4,000 something.
38. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 14 basic, 13 basic first aid, just to kind of make sure that one, she's comfortable, one, she's not in critical danger. And then he's going to try to, and Ancient Sumeri goes, priest, priest heal.
Well, you kind of get her up. She gets a little freaked out because you're still waiting for these surfaces to come in. You use your smart brace to accomplish that. And, she kind of sits up. She's kind of pushed up against that, looking at you, and you look odd. I mean, just because you don't have the same candor and demeanor as everyone else.
And he's just smiling, going, and cocking his head so the bells are ringing. Says,
Yeah.
it's okay. Call priest. Priest heal.
She's just like, oh, what are you talking about? Like that. She just like holds her, like, puts her hand up to her head. It's like, I don't have any credits anymore, old man. Like,
Oh, no worries. I take care. You good.
she just kind of like gives you this wincing look. Like, why is he talking like an idiot? Like the.
He's just happy. He's just being happy, like he's helping somebody.
Right. She's just like, yeah, okay, whatever. She like just pushes herself up to a full sitting position. Mind you, the wolf hasn't moved from her side this whole time.
And he just looks at the wolf and goes, an ancient Sumerian says, "Why am I here? Why is she important?"
Well, he just doesn't respond verbally, but while she's sitting there just kind of like relaxing for a minute, all it does is lay its head on her lap. Basically
like,
saying that she's just important. That's it.
and goes, he's like, he can't point with his stub. So
Yeah.
he points with his stub going, he'll come. Make better.
Yep. And yeah, it does. It takes maybe about 45 minutes while she's just sitting there, and she kind of tries to move, gets dizzy, and then has to slump back, and you basically like telling her to stop. But she eventually you kind of get to this point where they hone in, and you've got a group of 3 that show up. They have a stretcher and all, but they just kind of look at her and it's like they talk amongst themselves. It looks like most of her injuries are basic. They ask her a lot of questions, and she's very kind of standoffish when it comes to a lot of it. But they hit her up with speed heal and some other things, and you can see that she's like genuinely kind of like starting to come back into it. And they clean the wound, they seal it shut using basically dermal bandage that goes across the top here, and get her kind of reoriented and set her up with small amount of painkillers. They look to you. You end up shelling out about 680 credits for all of that.
680.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is becoming an expensive trip.
Well, whenever you have infinite amount of money, you just don't notice.
I know. I mean, I'm noticing. I'm noticing.
Yeah.
So he kind of does that and says, and then he just does like an elaborate bow and just like hand to heart and says, thank you.
Yeah, they just kind of like
May the light bless upon you, blah blah, the sunshine. just like may your children be fruitful and plentiful.
only
and like
only one of them stays behind. The other 2 kind of stop midway through and then leave. And he's just like, oh, okay, yeah, thanks. You have a good day, sir. Like,
and then he plops down in front of her, like squats on his heels,
yeah,
elbow on the thing like he usually does, just all relaxed, smiling, his head twinkling, says, "Why are you important?"
she just kind of like goes, what? Like it's the silliest question she's ever been asked as far as she's concerned. She's like,
"I am Arad. You are."
She's like, you're a rod? You look human to me. Well,
He's like, "Arad."
she's like, oh, okay. She's like gives it a minute and kind of looks at you. Is like, okay, I guess the name's Medina.
Ah, Medina. And because he recognizes like it's an origin name, so he just like Medina, and then he just like the city.
Uh, she just kind of like goes a little cross-eyed if you start going on any kind of explanation. She's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Listen, I don't know what's going on, but why all of that? Why did you do anything? She like touches her head, which is like really wicked painkillers at least.
I was brought here because you're, and it kind of adds a question to the end of it. Important, and like he's doing this in Sumerian the entire time, so spirits are dancing and everything else,
Yeah, she's kind of a
and
little weaved out by that. She actually seems to notice it though, and but the wolf kind of jumps up at this point whenever you indicate that kind of important and barks really loud. Kind of makes you do that for a second, but you're just kind of like yeah, like it's confirming what you're thinking about.
mm-hmm. So it says, "You're important. I was brought here. You were injured. What more
Yeah,
too?"
because some assholes tried to take a lot more from me than they deserved, and I made sure they paid for it. I guess they just must have left after I got that guy's balls. Like that, she just kind of leans forward and going like, "I don't look. I really appreciate the help, but I don't get this question of why are you important. I'm not important. I'm nobody. I'm just Medina, just trying to, I don't know, get from it now until the end of the week, and then the next time to do the same thing."
What do you do? What is profession? So he's going back into broken English.
Yeah, she kind of like stands up at this point and leans against the dilapidated car. I don't really have a profession. I just kind of make money by doing odd jobs. Why? What is your profession? She's like,
Ah. And then he says, I am the seneschal Arad Lugal, the of the of the Wolf King, of the court of the dreaming city. My job
the dog next
is
to her is
to
like that does that little bit of
protect
a whimper and like lays down.
protect the guardian of the veil, to protect the balance. One of the, oh my god, I need to look up what I called the people. It's been a while, okay?
Yeah, it's been a while.
I mean, I wrote this shit and I still forgot. Give me a second. God damn it.
Find it, Bill. Find it.
Because I want to insert the lore into this shit. Okay, archetype, werewolf. It's actually in archetype notes.
Yeah, probably.
No, it's not. Bill Lord of history. That's the vampire history. Where did we put the werewolf history? You know, I could always just bring up the fucking document I wrote. Because, you know, that would make sense.
It's all here underneath. It's all it's in the archetype notes, and it's
Okay.
in notes. It's third from the bottom on the right.
Notes.
Yeah, all caps notes. And then you roll down a lot, and then there's a ass load.
There we go. I am of the Imentes Harakar. It says the people.
Yeah, she just kind of like gives you that slow blink and tries to understand it. She's like, sure. Look, I really appreciate the help. I haven't got the faintest idea. She's like looking around. It's like, the fact that you're even in here is a little weird. But thanks anyway. I appreciate the fact you didn't ask for more than anything else. She's kind of stopped
And
for a
he's
minute.
shocked. He looks shocked and almost offended. Why would I ask more of that which I was led to?
And she's just sort of like, she looks back and it's like, I can't decide if you're like dumb or something else. Like, she's like, who doesn't? Like, she just kind of like gets her clothing kind of set correctly. And she like does this thing. The dog, the wolf that she's with, kind of barks at her as she's going to leave. And she goes like,
He says
okay.
that you probably should rest.
And it's like, who? And listen, I feel like I owe you one. So, how much did that cost?
Nothing.
And she's like, you obviously paid for it, or they wouldn't have. They basically would have ripped the drugs right out of me if you didn't have the money.
Oh, I gave them money, but it
Yeah.
cost nothing.
Like she just like rubs her head. She's like, how many credits did you spend? Just tell me.
He tell her 680.
Right? She's like, ow. Okay. Well, she rubs the back of her head. Come on, it's not much, but maybe I can get you a sandwich or something. I mean, you don't look like a hobo, but
Oh, wonderful. And his stomach just, because he's always eating.
yeah.
Just like it's the way his body is. It's like food. Stomach goes food.
She's like, yeah, I've got a place that I like to go to from time to time. It's actually got really good sandwiches. Might be worth a buy.
Wonderful. You can tell me your story.
Yeah, sure. She's just like shrugs, like, sandwich is good too. Let's go. Like looks back and it's like you can hear her mumbling to herself, like, what am I doing? Like, and you can see the dog is up against, like, following behind her, maybe a half step behind, but looking very happy and has that doggy trot that like they get whenever they're really contented.
Mm-hmm.
It
So
hasn't
he
gone
just
away, which is what's weird. You were expecting it maybe, job done, vanished. Nope.
no. He starts singing to himself a traveling song
Mm-hmm.
to bless the path. No, basically a traveling song to bless the path they walk, so no spirits obstruct their way. That kind of thing. Because
Yeah.
everything you do is spiritual where he was from.
Yeah.
So it's to protect our path. Da, 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 da. It's like a little jaunt. It's almost a jaunty tune
Oh my god.
in so many ways. So he's just singing an ancient Sumerian, following her.
Yeah.
And
Um,
the curse is the cursed languages.
yeah, doing its thing, weaving shit
Hmm.
out, which makes her kind of like look around whenever something like ephemeral just kind of like spritz past her for a minute. She's kind of like looking around, going like shaking her head, and just kind of keeps walking. So Medina takes you out now. Like I said, it's kind of in the middle of the day, so you've kind of got that gray overcast that kind of happens with a lot of Night City in particular. The place that she takes you to isn't terribly far from where she is, or where you found her, rather. So it definitely fits that kind of sense that she's a local, local to the neighborhood. I mean, and um, it's a greasy spoon joint. It just basically just says Axel's Place. And it serves soup, sandwiches, and so forth. Like there's even steaks later on in the evening and that kind of thing. But she's like, here it is, probably one of the best sandwiches in the whole neighborhood. So I'll get you something, and we can just sit out here in the front like that. She just kind of gets a table, and you can see that she goes inside, does a lot of the ordering for you,
Hmm.
and then comes back out and takes a seat next to where you're at. Now, of course, you've got like the grounders going by. There's a few people that are kind of moving about, but nobody really takes much notice of you. And you're just sitting out here on these like metal chairs and metal tables, or just kind of like she's still just kind of looking at you. And of course, this wolf entity, whatever it is, probably at this point while you've been sitting here thinking about it and analyzing it, probably whatever her guardian spirit is supposed to be just happens to be this kind of fixed setup where it looks like a wolf, but he's just
Hmm.
sitting there next to her, just happily panting and just kind of looking like a wolf or a dog.
So he just looks at her and goes, "So, tell me about self. What make Medina Medina?"
Well, other than the fact that I've been born and raised here and pretty much had to scrape for myself since the entirety of it, well, pretty much from the beginning. I mean, that's pretty much all there is to it. I mean, who else doesn't do the same thing? I bet more than half the people walking down the street over there doing the same thing I'm doing, just trying to stay alive.
No. There's something else.
I,
Something that makes you unique. Otherwise, I'd not be here.
she's just like, I don't know what you're talking about, Arad. I'm just doing my thing.
Arad,
Yeah.
not Arad. Arad.
you know,
He does it in a friendly way. He's just not being mean at all. He's like, Arad, not Arad. So it's just like, how explain? You, and he goes into Sumerian and just lets the translator, because it's a deep concept. It says,
yeah.
you have a guardian, a spirit. It follows you. It came, asked me to help you. I came. I follow. You hurt. I help.
And she's just kind of like, sure. Rubs the back of her neck. Now, her clothing is kind of, pretty much of the modern day. Yeah, it's kind of loose fitting, a little bit more denim than usual, kind of like with the over jacket and the shirt. She's scuffed up and definitely marked with dirt and the rest of it. She got clean because of the medical people that came by and did their bit. Um, nice. Thanks, Kaz. Appreciate you. So she's just kind of like standing there at this point, and or not standing here, but she's sitting with you. But she's kind of got like that look. She's lazed back, sort of, but darker hair. It kind of comes in waves. It's really tight waves, almost in rings in a sense, but it's well kept for the most part. She's got the darker skin, almost olive tone, and brown eyes, and she's got that youth still in her face, where it's more round than pronounced, and she's definitely younger, but she's just kind of got this look in her face that's not young. It's sort of jaded and deterred about most everything. But she's like, I don't know anything about any spirits, okay? Like, you seem like you're a nice guy to some degree. Like, well, you must be, given the fact you just paid for somebody to get medical care for no reason. But
Now, he's noticed that she's seen the spirits when he talks.
yes.
And he says, huh. And he's just like, when I speak, you see things, yes?
She kind of like looks around, and is like what? Like that. She's trying to get you to be more specific, but she's basically.
And he barks out a curse word, like vile curse word from because he wants to get her attention in Sumerian, like, let's just say donkey fucker. He just says like demonic donkey fucker in Sumerian,
Right.
and
Well.
just spark like an evil spirit, just to kind of like, boop, hi.
Right. Well, and then in this case, like she kind of goes like gets this thing looking back and seeing whatever it is. Imagine more or less like a large wasp, but that's made out of shit that just kind of flies around for a minute and then pops out of existence.
And he goes, dark spirit. Wait, and then he just kind of says, the warmth of friendship on a new day after many years of not seeing, and it's the warm wind, like a warm wind
Right.
spirit in the belt. Warm wind kind of goes out. Good spirit.
She just kind of like visibly relaxed, doesn't really understand why, but she's just kind of like, huh.
So you see things that, what word? Not exist, because it's like he's seen. Well, he does it with one arm because he's seen other people do this.
Knob
Not
one side, basically, quotes and a comma. Just like
yeah, not exist. That word, like you say it in English.
yeah.
Um,
She's like, okay, like that.
but
Just
still real. And then he points at the wolf and goes, "You have guardian."
she like looks down
And he asked her to look at it, like try to imagine it, to see it.
She just like looks at us like, what are you even pointing at? She gets interrupted at this point. You can make a combat sense awareness actually.
I went to the wrong spreadsheet. It's like what the hell am I dealing with? Cult again? Page 34 of your combat manual. God, that character was I love that character to death, but 19.
Yeah. You notice that there are definitely some individuals coming with hostile intent fixated on Medina. They look like they're kind of aggressive for other reasons. Her her guardian apparently turns and spins when you like at the same time you notice them and starts to growl. What's funny is that she doesn't notice what's going on because you're not leading her to look at anything. She just
Mm-hmm.
kind of gets a little bit stiff and like turns around over her shoulder and she's like, "Oh shit," like that. Just kind of leans off to the side. It's like, "Fuck, we gotta go," like that, and she like goes to leave.
And he goes, "Who are they?"
Same assholes that just roughed me up in the alley you found me in. We gotta go.
And so he looks at them. He wants to evaluate them. So he wants to size them up. How many are there?
Well, there's four of them,
Okay.
and they're
Armed, unarmed.
well, they're definitely armed. You can see one's got a pistol kind of tucked lazily in the front of his trousers. The other ones have weapons that are much more, idyllic for this day and age. One carrying a baseball bat. There's probably one. Probably all of them have some kind of knife, either be it a gratuitously overdeveloped, like those butterfly knives you've seen people use in the past,
Mm-hmm.
or something that's actually laced up to their belt. Um, but they are very much, like I said, very intent on Medina here, and she seems to have confirmed that, given the fact that she recognizes them.
So he just kind of gets up casually and puts his body in front of between basically a barrier.
Yeah,
And he barks out with an authority of 19 and just feral growl and teeth just full bare. Walk away.
yeah. Well, what's funny is that you step in between her and these guys. Let me see here. This is cool. Check on their part. They want to push it over the edge here. Okay.
Because he's just going full protective mode. That's just what he does.
Yeah. They kind of like sit back and they're just kind of like they kind of like take a minute, and then the leader to this kind of gives this sort of like sharp grin at this point because I think Arad's he's naturally shorter, isn't he, or is he tall?
He's 6'1".
Oh wow, he's actually a lot taller than the age of most people during that time anyway. Because average age in Samaria definitely not 6 foot.
About 5'6".
Yeah, it
About
was.
5'6", but they were basically engineered by the gods. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, like human beings have only gotten like the average male height now for during the in today is 5'11".
mhm.
Like, and we were a great deal shorter back in those days.
Yes, that's why they were considered so intimidating, is the fact that they were just towering warriors.
Yeah. Um. So they approach the one guy's just so like, man alive, what do we got here? Good Samaritan. Strange and ironic, actually.
And he's still just grinning, like the smile's gone from his eyes.
Right. I was like, hey, how's it going, Dina? You still owe us for what happened back there. You gonna let this old reggae hippie looking shithead try and block our path? It's not gonna be good for him or you if you kind of get that going the way you think it's gonna go. And she's just like, I don't care what's going on. I just want to leave. And he's just sort of like, I bet. But you got to pay up, girlie. Because you know how it works. You can't steal from what we've got going on and not pay a price for it. You a lot owed. And she's just sort of like, just raised just like, I don't have what you're talking about, and I didn't steal anything, so you can kiss my ass like that. She just kind of like pulling her shirt. She's like, really, we should probably go, like trying to get you out of the way, but you're not listening, I'm sure. Well, listening but ignoring. So he's just sort of like, okay then, like that. You think you're going to be able to whip around a stupid thing like that, indicating your sword there? It's sort of like, what is this? Like, King Arthur's court? Like that. He goes to reach for his pistol when he's making these comments. You're muted, by the way. Flip it. It didn't hit. There you go.
The moment he sees someone go for the weapon, he acts. He doesn't even
Absolutely.
hesitate.
100%. So, do it! What's your reflex right now?
9.
Yeah, you're faster. Just by writ.
So before he can even draw 26, before he can even reach the gun, the blade is just digging into, like, right at the carotid artery, just like.
Yeah.
It says, "I do not wish to harm you, but if need be," and he just lets the implication hang because he's still speaking with authority, but he's trying to make it friendly.
Right. Well, if you want to make me an intimidation check for me, please. Even if you don't have a rank, just roll it against your magnetism.
Cool. Yeah,
Is
be
it
cool.
Be cool? Yeah, roll against your cool. Sorry.
Magnetism's the synergy bonus.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. I couldn't remember which one was core, just offhand.
14.
Wow. Okay. Let's see what he do. Let's see what he do. Wahidu. Sounds like an Aboriginal name. My name Wahidu. Yep. He's just like, okay. Like that, he just kind of looks at the other two. You can see that they kind of like pushed forward. One of them's got like the bat up in two hands ready to go at it. He just holds his hand up like this. He's like, he just nods his head. He's like, all right. Looks like Hippie's a bit of a badass. Like that, just kind of, but it's a little sardonic, but you can tell he's backing off. He's like, have it your way, old man. See you again. I'm not going to give you the chance to do this. And he just steps back. Back it off, boys. And they turn and head away.
He flourishes, she's the sword, but he doesn't turn his back to them.
Right. You wait until they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He turns back and Medina's gone. No.
Of course, she's just kind of like, you know, like your meals and stuff like that. Most people have gone inside once they started to cause a ruckus, but it kind of ended without any kind of trouble or bloodshed, and they kind of filter back out. She's like, okay, for a minute I thought it was kind of stupid you carried that thing around, but apparently you know what you're doing. Like she just takes a seat and like stuffs her face with a French fry.
I think goes back to eating and drinking, and he takes a sip of his soda and says, "So, what did you steal?"
She's like, I didn't steal anything. She actually looks at it as like, my partner, on the other hand, was the one that made that mistake, but they don't know what they look like.
Oh, what did your partner steal?
Probably something stupid. I don't know. It was on some sort of chip disc.
Well, maybe you give it back.
I don't have it. That's what I told them.
Can you find partner?
No, because they ditched me, and they probably have some kind of like bolt hole somewhere.
Oh, and he just looks at the wolf. Can we find them?
It stands up after being in a sitting position with the tail wagging, of course.
Aha. Your wolf says yes. Shall we go find your partner?
And she like stuff's like, where? I don't even know where to go. Like she just like puts food in her face, clearly just kind of like having that sort of like post adrenaline dumb kind of like needing to nosh on something.
So he gets up and goes, well, shall we go? And he's talking to the wolf.
It barks for a minute. You can see her. The minute it does that, she's just like, come on. Like that. She,
come.
Wraps,
and he's like, come.
She like wraps up her food and stuff like that. Just a minute like that. And she's like stuffing her face and you guys go like heading out. So what's Arad's plan to try and track down her partner?
He wants to follow the spirit because the wolf said, okay.
Okay.
Well, the wolf seemed excited, like the wolf knew what it was doing. So I guess he's going to apply his tracking through the wolf.
Well, in this case, this wolf guardian kind of leads you around. You get back to your apartment because you're following it around. She actually kind of stops for a minute whenever you arrive at the apartment complex, as it goes up into the main arch doorway that leads into the lobby. That because the building's somewhat larger, because you're out of the more ruddy area, at least for now. But
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of in the fringe of that. But she apparently has her own place. But she's like, "Wait, how did you know where I live?" Like, because she looks you over. You've only got a smart brace and you've never used anything. She starts to get
And he
like a
just
little wary.
points at the wolf, goes, like that's the only explanation he needs.
And she's just like, "That's a stair." Like, she's like, I don't know. It's just like
Okay,
whatever.
he's gonna do an occult roll to kind of figure out how to show her the wolf, because this is getting irritating even for him. Because he's getting kind of frustrated, like, it's right there.
Woohoo! DM accomplishment. Managed to irritate Arad. Yay!
14. So 14 occult. He's just like, he's like, how to explain? So 14 occult. How, it says, how can I show her the wolf?
And you're just kind of like thinking about it. It's like, you'll probably just have to get her to a ritual point, because the problem is it's a level of closed-mindedness. Because it's something that you've encountered a lot. A lot of humanity has closed themselves off from the real reality, which is exactly why they can see some things sometimes and not others. So in her case, she's kind of open, but you need to find something spiritually that's going to allow her to break past that point.
Quick question. If he were to use his protection circle, it would create an environment like that. Would that create an environment like that?
It could probably help sort of suspend or like remove like negative influences, but you'd still need something to kind of push her over the edge.
And he goes,
Because what you're trying to do is light the torch. You're not trying to force her to do anything. You're just trying
okay.
to show more of what's out there to get it to test her mind. Because, like I said, she's
And he goes,
clearly seen what you did with the cursing, but it's not enough. She's
it's not
obviously
enough.
rationalizing it.
And he goes, um, can you take us to a holy place?
She's like, when the dog barks, you know, like the guardian barks for a moment to like basically stay on task.
It's like, I can't do this if she does not know you're here.
Like that. She's kind of steps back. She's like, you know what? I don't care anymore. Let's just go inside and see if you murder me or if you want to like sniff my underwear or something. And then like goes like basically goes like that and just like pings it in, gets into the building. She's like, let's go. Come on, Arad. Burning daylight.
What?
Like,
why would I smell underwear? And as he walks in, why would any? It's like he's confused by the concept. Why would anybody do that?
Right.
So he's just fixating, like, what? Why?
She takes the elevator, which gets up to her apartment floor, which isn't terribly high. It's only the fourth floor, but she gets up there, gets into her apartment. The place is pretty okay, considering. Like I said, it's kind of run down in certain areas. You can see staining and some damage. You know, like there must have been kind of water points that were not terribly well done. But you know, you can kind of hear sort of the rough noises of being in a an apartment complex where people are not terribly happy. But you're kind of pushing that to the outside of your mind. When she gets into her apartment, it's a small place, got a like a couch and kitchen and the bare necessities. Just definitely built for one, but it probably very expensive. If she's all by herself. But she comes inside, and then the guardian kind of trots off in another direction compared to where she's like putting her like stuff up in there and goes into the kitchen and starts rummaging around for something, looking to put her food away. But the guardian goes over to the couch area and starts basically pointing with his face at a piece of clothing.
So he picks up the clothing.
Yeah.
Anything of note?
Yeah. Well, it's a shirt, and you pick it up, and it's got an aroma to it, and you're just kind of like, it's really pungent, actually. and you kind of like you start smelling the air, and you just hear from behind you, where she's just leaning up against the wall with her arms closed. She's like, "I knew it."
And he's just like, but he's not sniffing. Like, whose is this?
She like looks at it. She's like, "I don't know." It's like she comes forward. She like grabs the shirt on. She's like, "This is my partner's." And she's just kind of like, "I don't know. It's his shirt." Like she throws it off to the like throws it back at you at this point. Just kind of a toss.
Well, he's got a predatory senses.
Yes, yes, he does. So you'll be able to kind of start working around. Now that smells really strong, and that you think about it, it's kind of faintly in the air in the surrounding area. If you were actually
Okay.
going certain places, so let's do a tracking roll, literally.
Okay, so I'm gonna do his awareness plus the
Yep.
+2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 9. So 15 for awareness with the scent. And then tracking is only +7.
Okay.
Unless, do I add predatory senses to that?
Well, the +2 is coming from where?
It's coming for awareness. So we'll just, yeah. Okay, 13 for tracking.
Okay, it's hard to get it. It's obviously kind of older in terms of where it's at, but you take the shirt and use it as reference. And you start moving it around, trying to get through it. Okay, make another tracking, because you go down to the end of the block, you may be losing it, so we'll see. Try again.
Is she
Just
following?
Yeah, she's following with you. You got the shirt and you just kind of left. She's just like, "Hey, where now?" Like you like out the door, following the scent.
We're gonna pump some luck into that.
Okay, go for it.
So we're just gonna add a D10 to that. Oh, you shitting me? Fuck it. Are
Oh
you
my
shitting
god!
me?
Is Arad lucky?
Yeah.
He just rolled 2 ones, by the way, when he was trying to do re-rolls and adds.
So he stops and he's just frustrated as shit.
All right, hang on.
So frustrated, Arad.
Yeah.
And he looks at the wolf,
It just kind of does that like head cocking, tilting to the side.
waving the shirt, going,
Which is really funny because she's like, "You are the weirdest person I have ever met." Like, as you're like waving it around, like to everybody else, you're just basically waving something at a shirt to something below at your side, and just like in a frustrated kind of way.
oh. I love this character so much.
Holy crap! Like, you see it basically do a sniff in a round, like where you're standing, kind of like widens it out, and then it goes to the edge of the sidewalk and sits. Make another roll.
He just goes, sighs.
Well, he goes. Like I said, you can go ahead and like follow it to where it's at, and then you can just like make another roll for me
Okay.
though.
Okay, we'll do another tracking roll.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake. 14.
There you go.
Thank you. Jesus, 1. Fuck me.
Yeah, then you pick it up again. There's actually something on the air. And you
I
start
goes-
moving that way.
And he goes, good. I just go, breathe in. Lets the negativity out. So he jaunts on, his bells a tingling.
Yep.
Because now he's happy again.
All right, you kind of do this for a while. You go meandering around town. You actually clear almost 5 miles in random sort of intervening directions. You know, it almost seems like she was going to give up at some point, but seems to be very perplexed because you're following a very distinctive path. She kind of idly talks to herself sometimes as well. But, you know, some hours have passed, and you finally get to this point where you stop. It's kind of in a neighborhood that's very similar to where she lives,
Mm-hmm.
and she's just kind of like, I mean, I didn't have corns on my feet until now. Are we done? Like.
So he's going to do another awareness,
Yep.
another enhanced awareness roll to kind of track down. Okay, so his awareness is what again? 9. So plus the 2, that's 11. 19 awareness
Okay.
for the scent.
Yeah, it's here. It's strong, and there's some other things mixed in here.
What other things?
Probably the faint smell of something coppery.
Blood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we're going to do, I guess we'll do a tracking roll again,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
13.
And you go into the building that you've kind of stopped in front of. Doesn't seem to have the same locking system. You step on the inside. It looks like there's probably something that's needed to get up the elevator, but the doorway to the stairwell is broken, and you can go up that because the elevator won't let you through. But you go up and you follow the smell. You go up 2 flights of stairs and wind up on the second floor. When you get there, you pop into the second floor hallway, and moving about, taking a hard left. Similar, like I said, in terms of an apartment, it's a little bit nicer than where she was at. But you get up to a door where the smell's really strong.
And he just kind of looks at her and goes, okay.
She's like, something stinks. Like that. She's just like,
Is it the copper smell?
probably.
Okay. Can you open door or shall I open?
She's like, I don't have his key. I didn't even know this place existed. It makes sense where it's at, but I didn't know it was here.
So he has a body of 9.
Yeah.
We're good?
Yeah, I mean, if you kick the knob, it'll break through the door there. And it's not like hyper security here.
So he goes, okay. And then he just palm strikes the door handle.
Yeah, you hear it crackle, and then you hit it again, and it pops up, and she's like, Jesus. Like that, as you go pushing through.
And he goes in and goes, hello, is anyone home?
The place has been ransacked. It's clear that there's a bunch of stuff going on here. She's like, whoa. She's like, damn, that stinks. It smells so bad in here.
And is it copper?
Yeah.
He's like, blood.
She's just like, what? Like that goes taking towards what I saw. Like you've got the main living area, like I said, completely thrashed. To the right, there's actually a room that opens up just past a bathroom. And when you go into that, that's where the strongest part of it is. Clear signs of struggle, no body, lots of blood though. And she comes in there, she's like, oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Like she's like, where the hell did he... She looks down, it's like, that's a lot. He's probably dead, isn't he?
Not many things survive that.
She's just like, shit, we gotta go then. Like that, she's just getting kind of panicked.
And he says, can you find what they missed?
She's like, why do I want to find it? I don't want to be anywhere near it. Something got him killed.
And it gets you killed too, yes? Referring to like the...
Fuck. Like that, she's like, just kind of like scratches. She's like,
well, he's basically, you're in the translations, you know your partner.
She's like, yeah.
Would you know where things hide?
Fucking matey. Just give me a second. Let me think.
Breathe in and let it go.
She like literally, literally
and let
shut
it
up.
Wim Hof before Wim Hof. No.
Okay, she like calms down for a second. Now she's gonna do her intelligence check. And what an intelligence check she makes. She's like, Like, she gets herself under control for a minute. She's like, he was actually pretty good at hiding things, and she, like, looks around the room for a minute. He was also kind of weird. She, like, looks around and sees that there's a bit of a blotch that's a slightly different color than the rest of the actual wall. She's like, really weird. Cocks her head up in that area. She's like, I think I got it. And she goes and grabs a chair, drags it over, kicks a bunch of the debris out of the way, puts it up, and towards the corner near the bedroom, she starts picking away at what looks to be like paint, but you can tell that the paint's somewhat new, but it's in a very small space. And then underneath it, she rips away, and there's like painter's tape kind of holding this object in place. And she pulls it free, and she's like, he stole the damn chip. And then peels it out and holds it up in her hand. She's like, these fuckers missed it. Like, looks over at you. She's like, got it. But now what?
Well, give back what was stolen. Do you care? And he points at the blood and kind of concerns us. Do you care for a partner? Was he friend?
Yeah, sort of. Kind of. Like, there's a tone to it that kind of leads you to wonder. But well, clearly something, like, could have been something, but obviously ebbed in another direction. She's like, I mean, I suppose we could probably give it back, but people aren't necessarily, like, kind in those circumstances.
Why? You didn't steal it.
I don't
You
think
found what they wanted. You gave it back.
She's like, she walks up to us. She's like, you're either the nicest person I know or the biggest idiot I've ever met. People around here aren't nice, Arad. Like that, she just goes, leaves
Arad.
out. She's like, let's go, Arad.
Arad,
Like
Arad
that.
Lugal.
It's just like,
servant of the king. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, she's like, listens to all that, and she's like moving down the steps. She's like, don't care, like that. And she's going down.
So he's just following her. So you don't want to revenge your friend?
She's like, I don't know. Like, she's just kind of like legit is confused. She's like, I don't know. Like, what? I can't.
If meant something, then blood debt is owed. And if blood is owed, he just lets it just hang. And he's grinning, but his eyes are laughing, but the grin is just feral as shit.
Right. She's just kind of like, I don't know how to take you at all sometimes. Listen, why don't... She like stops for a minute. It's like, I don't understand what's happening. I'm talking to a guy that's basically kind of like freelance homeless who manages to patch me up in an alleyway, who I feed a sandwich, and then it gets slapped in together. What the fuck is going on? Like, she just turns around. It's like, I want to be done and get rid of it. And I guess the only way that I can really make sure that that happens is that I give it back because I don't care what's on it. So we might as well just give it back. She like stuffs it in her pocket. Come on.
So who does it belong to?
Well, Dawson and his cronies, for one. You already met him.
Oh. But Dawson is... How do I put this? A menial. Who is Dawson's lord?
She like turns around. What do you mean by lord? Like that she like gets a grounder taxi while you guys are talking.
To whom does Dawson owe service or fealty?
And she's just sort of like, can we go to like 158th and Sunfeld, please? Like that. And the guy's like, like she pops in the credits and the guy starts to drive off. And she's like, I'm certain he's probably got a few, okay? Like, they don't operate by themselves, and they've got lots of higher-ups that cause all kinds of trouble. Especially whenever they lose stuff that's important, because I guarantee it wasn't Dawson who thrashed my old partner's place.
So if we give to Dawson, they leave you alone?
That's the hope.
Oh, good. Then I can continue my hunt after.
fucking weird. Like, just like lays back for a minute.
He
But what?
grins and he says, "Not the first to say this."
Yeah, probably won't be the last. And
He just starts to sing a song and lets the spirits dance in the cab.
she actually kind of halfway passes out. Obviously, this whole thing is kind of wearing her out.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a name.
Spirit Wolf look happy.
Well, it's kind of like it's not really in the vehicle. You kind of like look out and you can see keeping pace with the vehicle from the outside,
Oh,
following
that's funny
along.
as hell.
Yeah, just kind of running along, kind of staying where it's at. Sometimes it'll hop up in the hood of cars and stuff like that. Nobody seems to notice.
All right. I mean, he's just kind of he's just being reactive right now. I mean, he finds what needs to be done and gets it done.
Yeah. Well, she gets taken into a part of town that looks pretty rough. The taxi stops outside of the block. And he's just sort of like, "Have a nice day, miss." Like that. She's like, "Uh huh." Gets out of the vehicle and you
And
follow.
it's like, and you have a blessed one and a merry. It's like this whole spiel of like blessings upon your children, blah 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 blah, and then he gets jerked out of the car by Minnie.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and the car drives off. A lot of fucking people around in this area are kind of like rough around the edges for sure. Um, hmm, uh,
Oh, he's just gonna sing and his bells are gonna jingle and he's just gonna be as happy as can be.
yeah. Well, she's pushing through and kind of looking at things and kind of like keeping to herself. She kind of like shrivels up, does that whole like pulling in close, making herself smaller, and just kind of like trying to slink by. You're yourself. So you're just walking by her. Of course, her guardian is trotting, alongside everyone and just kind of happy about it. When you get to a certain structure, you can see that there are a lot of eyes on you, but nobody tries to stop where you're at. And she steps in front of what looks to be a larger townhouse, that's sort of mushed in between these other buildings.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, "Okay, all right. Maybe we won't die. Maybe we won't die. Maybe we won't die." Like, let's go stepping on the inside. Walks up to the front, gives it like the doorbell a ring. You can hear a little, like a buzz from the inside of it, and somebody opens up the door. Bigger guy. He has got like the tank top. Clearly something going on. You can see plugs in on the left side of his neck, clearly where there might be some kind of cybernetic enhancement. He's bald, but he's got a full bushy like beard goatee going on, and
Mm-hmm.
he's just kind of like, "Oh fuck me." And looks over. It's like, "What the hell are you doing here? Are you stupid?" She's like, takes up. It's like, "I found what you're looking for, and I'm just bringing it back. Okay, so you can get off my case." He just looks at it. It's like, "Don't move." Shuts the door.
And he just looks at it and goes, "Was that Dawson?"
She's like, "No, Dawson's gonna have a little freaking hole in his neck from where you put the sword tip in it."
Oh, that was Dawson.
Yeah,
He was not a very nice man.
It's like she like looks over. It's like, "Have you gotten a clue yet? Nobody here's nice. This whole territory's owned, and nobody likes the fact that
Oh,
we're walking around in it."
people can be nice. You just have to believe in them.
She like lolls her head back for a second. She's like, "I'm not even gonna touch that one." When the door finally opens up, it's just like chunk like that. You can see Dawson. He is also wearing a tank top because it looks like he was sort of relaxing at this point. He folds his hands. He's like,
And Arad just goes, "Hello and greetings, Dawson."
he's like, turns down to Medina. It's like, "You're an idiot." And she's like, "No, I'm not." Like, holds the thing up again. He's like, "Smart enough, I guess." Like, pushes the screen door open, steps out onto the porch. He like holds his hand out for it. She's like, "I've never seen anything that's on this, and I don't want to know." And like drops into his palm. She's like, "Are we done?" He like rolls around in his palm. "Yeah, we're done as soon as I check to make sure the contents are good. Don't move." And he goes stepping back inside. She just like throws her hands up. Is like, no move, stay here. Stay in the porch. Like that. He goes, takes and like puts herself on the stoop and sits for a minute, and just kind of leans forward, kind of watching everything.
And he leans down and says, "I'm not going to have to kill them all, am I?"
She's like, kind of like, are you insane? Why would you even ask that question when we're sitting on their fucking porch?
I don't know. I don't know. Are they still a danger?
She's like, yeah, right now more than ever.
Oh. Well then. So he's just sitting. He's just leaning back, relaxed. But it's that kind of relaxed, not relaxed. It's the drop it a second and then react.
Do you have? I don't recall. You said you have danger sense. Yes, no.
No.
Weird.
Right?
That is weird.
I think I couldn't afford it. Well, I mean, we were taking a heroic character and condensing it down to a street level.
Yeah. Well, you still have some pretty heroic shit going on because those rolls, dude. Fucking hitting in the 30s.
He's got to have some weaknesses, right?
Oh,
I mean,
well, of course
like when he's
silver as a weakness for sure.
Right? I mean, he's still technically a seneschal. He's not one of the frontline troops, which is terrifying. which should really scare the shit out of everybody. Oh no, he was not a frontline trooper in the Dreaming City. He was a courtier.
Right. Fucking.
Well, I mean,
since he's commissar of the old days.
Right. So he's just sitting back and relaxing, not relaxing. So I mean, could we use it as a combat sense or
we do need to have you make a combat sense check? Yes.
Okay. So let's do that. Oh, come on. Just waiting for that damn message thing to trigger. 22.
Yep.
So he's sitting at a heightened state to begin with because he asked the question, right?
Yeah. Okay. 22, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you do know that there is something happening. There are individuals who are kind of moving around outside of the townhouse across the street and stuff like that who are kind of like eyeballing the place and you guys. But, make me just a simple awareness check. You've got your predatory senses active, so you should have a +2 on that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, come on, trigger, damn it. I love the new roll system, but sometimes it's a pain in the ass. I'm just saying. 17.
Das good. You can hear some whispers near, like alongside the house, where there's kind of like gaps because the townhouse isn't completely swallowed up. There's actually small pathways that line either side, but you can kind of tell that certain things are kind of going on. You're very much aware that they are planning to spring some kind of ambush. So
he looks at her, smiles, and goes, "Hide." And then, like, and at the same time,
yeah,
he activates his true form. So blue cuneiform runes just appear all over his body with lines and scriptures and things like that. So all his senses just became through the roof. His sword draws, and is that alleyway the only place they're coming from?
Well, so you've got 2 alleyways, one either side, right? You heard something happening on your left. So if you're facing the street, the left, if you turn that way, coming from that side of the house, right? And then you have probably somebody on the other side, because if they're moving there, they're going to try and close off. You don't know how many people are in the townhouse, but there's definitely a plan to push you guys inward if you try to escape, because they're going to try and move this way and get you guys up that so you can't leave.
So he's going to come in and attack the bulk of them.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just like, stay close.
She's like, what? And you're going to start moving, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and then he stay close, otherwise they may kill you. And then he just kind of swoops in, and he just whatever's in that alleyway he's going to attack.
Right. Well, you see a couple of these guys that are in there. They get a little bit shocked when you come like hopping down into view. Yeah. So you get surprised on the first round here, which means you got a +3 to this first little attack you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's 26.
Okay.
Jesus.
Wow. That's unfair. You rolled a 35.
33. You've got fencing.
Unreal. Okay, so they had weapons already drawn, but that doesn't help them at all. The cuts that you make literally dismember the first one, making him like scream, holler, and crumple up against the side of the house. The guy that he had partnered with ends up taking the second brunt of the attack, so your 33 goes that way. He was trying to raise his weapon mid-strike, but you happen to go right through the gap in defense, severing the arm and cutting through the chest as you come across, sending him sprawling the other way, bleeding profusely. So one goes landing this way, one goes landing that way.
And he keeps on calling after her shoulder, going, follow, follow.
Yeah, and she's just like, what the fuck? Like that, just, and she's following along, unable to process the fact that you just, like, dismembered two people like that, and, like, go right past them without them trying to stop you, as they are just hollering in absolute agony from having their limbs cut and being, like, drawn out that way. You can hear that there's going to be scuffling movement from the other side, and as you head towards the back part of the house, because you're going to be heading towards the back side of it, hoping probably for an alleyway or something like that with more covered exit, you do know that there will be more opponents heading from that direction.
Yep. And he's going to says, oh, and as he's moving forward, he says, oh, take one of the weapons. There may be one behind. There is one behind us.
I have to make a cool check for it real quick.
Because he's just so used to damn violence, he doesn't even like blink at the shit anymore.
Yeah. Well, she crits out on her cool check. She's still freaking out, but it's not letting her stop. She's just like looks down. She's just like leans down and grabs like a pistol from one of the guys that's like and shakes it loose because the arm's still holding onto it. So she like shakes it like this, and it goes like that and it hits the ground. And she's like, "Oh God!" like that. She kind of like just checks it for a minute.
He's moving forward, going, "Good, good. Just make sure I don't get shot in the back. I hate bullets."
Yeah. She may not even remember that kind of statement. All right, so they come up to the forefront there. You're going to be kind of like filling up the space, I'm assuming, to protect her from, relative gunfire, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's your because you have armor on, but I don't think you said it's just leather, but you also just have the clothes right now?
He has natural armor of 14. And yeah.
Good God. Holy mighty Jesus.
Do we need a tool to werewolves down at the street level?
No. Nope, we're leaving it right there.
Okay. He's just not wolfing out as a courtesy. Well, he doesn't need her freaking out, right?
Well, no, that's the other thing, too, is that, like, this is... I think he was pre-adjustment, so I'm leaving it as it is right now because it's kind of funny to me. Like I said, the adjustment of having all the numbers going down, because that would be probably closer to, like, 7. Because we made a rod a while back, and when we remade him, we literally forgot that he even existed, and you couldn't find him again until recently.
Do you want me to make these the natural?
We're going
to
leave these exactly where they're at. Like I said, to me, it's a little funny. I'm just going to be like, okay. All right.
All right.
Just leaving it like that.
Look, I will adjust this character how we need to adjust him to make him...
I understand. But for now, Anyway. So
you're happy.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine with it. It's just really, really funny. So they come round the corner, and there's two of them, and they just let off with their weapons. Like, we're talking like full spray and pray, which causes her to like hit the dirt. You just go running through, it starts to shred the shit out of your shirt. Do you attempt to like make any kind of defensive motion, or you just like shock absorb it?
He's gonna weave himself between the bullets if he can.
All right, yeah. So you're just gonna try and shift and move a little bit to try and disrupt the firing, but she like goes down. Of course, you're trying to also protect her, so you don't want to weave too hard one way or the other. So you're kind of a bullet sponge right now. But I still want to get a dodge out of you just to kind of make a check reference.
At the time, not.
Huh?
Well, actually, can he like Deadpool with the sword and just like once he gets shot?
Yeah, I mean, you can try.
You know what?
What the hell's your reflex right now while you're using this form?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Yes, I do want to know.
12.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of halfway predict it. There are certain clanks that happen. Like, you actually manage to, like, make impact. You're not sure if it's because you're trying to do that or if you're just getting sprayed at so hard.
Okay, so he's going to be a shield and parry. Yeah. So first one's a 30. Second one's a 31. Because he's got the 2 melee actions, so he's just gonna parry.
Yeah, you. You only take glancing. See, the funny part is they critted out whenever they were doing that, but their crit only met what you just hit on average. So you're like, take, like that without even thinking about it. You only catch fragments, which go through your shirt, but you keep moving forward. You hear gunshots from behind you as she's basically firing that direction. You guys are kind of in a bad funnel. She takes a couple of shots. They try to get out of the way. You hear somebody scream from behind, and she's just kind of like crawl running at this point, like kind of going down, up like that, not really sure what the hell's going on, but she just keeps moving, the adrenaline pushing her out. You reach the entry point of the back part of the townhouse, which just has this like ruddy little open yard where they're at, and the one guy's like stuck in the middle of like trying to reload the SMG that he was basically firing down that way, and the other guy is just like taking aim again. So you've got these two opponents that are now within fencing range.
So with a 29 and 28, he goes in Sumerian and says, "Hello." In the friendliest, but like he says it in the friendliest manner possible, but
yeah,
the predatory grin, is just so he just kind of ding 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 and flows right into them, and the bells have been silent this entire time. So when he's serious, the bells are silent.
Yeah. Well, one guy, you go, twink, he's like that. He goes off to the side. There's obviously, clearly a sign of gore as he goes falling backwards. One of the other dudes just kind of like does this thing. You can see his neck webs kind of cuck out. Like, he completely nopes this next stroke. You don't know if it's pure panic or what, but he like steps back and just completely voids the strike. It's not graceful. It's literally like he basically shit himself and backed off. Like...
And Arad just sees that, just starts laughing. So he's glowing with cuneiform ruins and like designs. He's laughing. The spirits are laughing with him. Right. So it's just this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the guy's kind of like in terror, so he doesn't really have like. He's not doing better, but he just like lets off with a spray of gunfire, just like that, because it happens to be the one with the SMG. But he just lets us spray off. Like, again, you can do what you were doing from before.
Because he still wants to protect her. I mean, it's normally he would just dodge out of the way, but 32 and 32.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of like shrug and move and like that. He just sprays into the building adjacent. Like, doesn't really hit you. You just kind of do this thing. Like, there's like kind of a pink like that off of the end, but he's shooting out and around. Like, seriously, should have worn his brown pants, basically. because he's just spraying everywhere in a way that's not really conducive to what's going on. You do 21 damage with those sword strokes. It's a little ridiculous. Yeah, anyway, but you're still able to close distance at this point very easily. Medina has, like, pulled back to around behind the porch, so the tunnel is no longer, like, line of sight for anybody that's coming down the way, but you know people are going to be coming that direction. Plus, you also hear that there's going to be somebody who's going to be emerging around the corner from the other side to try and back up this guy that's basically just, like, shooting in all directions. But yeah, your go.
So there's a guy to my left.
There's going to probably be at least one or two guys coming from the alleyway on the other side of the house from your left.
Okay.
But there's also a guy directly ahead of you, like I said, who had that small SMG that had reloaded. He sprayed a little bit of it, but he's your immediate...
what about in the house itself? Does it look like there's
Nobody's
people...
coming out of the house yet, but you do know there's a door there to your immediate left that they can come barging out of, so you have to keep that in mind.
Okay. Well, he wants to control the space.
Yeah.
So he's going to do two things.
Okay.
He's going to say, follow, stay close, protect behind.
Yeah.
Just use simple words for her to understand because she's like in terror mode.
Yeah.
He's going to skewer the man who's prone.
Okay.
And then he's going to shoulder charge through the door.
Okay, so yeah, well, the guy, he just stepped back and, like, had sprayed around, but he's still up, but you just basically go like that. Let's see, I'm pretty sure he can't dodge anything what you're going to be throwing at him.
26.
Does he crit out to save his own life again? No! So.
No. So he does this.
Yep.
Skewer down.
Yep.
And goes follow, and just rams the door with a full body of 13.
Yep. All right. You blast through the back door. You come into something of like a mudroom, basically, as you go barreling into it. I mean, the guy's definitely impaled. You just go shlink like that, dead accurate. He just slumps to the ground, not really making much noise at this point. You don't even look to see if he's still going to be functional. You go bursting into the house, crashing through the doorway, splintering the wood as you do, because your body's at 13 now. Yeah? Yeah. You just smash it to splinters as you come on the inside. And you just hear...
we need to tweak him down?
Huh?
Do we need to tweak him down, or is this exactly how you want werewolves to be?
Shh, just let it happen, Bill. Shush. Like...
Okay, I'm concerned because we're working with the system and we're playtesting one of your werewolves.
Don't worry, I can adjust. Oh.
You will probably throw something terrifying at me, but that's not the point.
Oh no!
Go on.
Out. Hold on. I gotta make an adjustment. I thought I had enough battery left to fucking push through it. Apparently, I was wrong. Where's the... Which side is the side I want? There it is. Stand by. Gotta love live streaming.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And there we go. Perfect. All right. Yeah, you smash the door into splinters. You go crashing into this place. Like, you're just kind of slide to a stop across the linoleum. And there's, like, the washer and dryer to your left. And you've got, like, a bunch of other stuff going on to your right-hand side with a bathroom. And you just kind of, like, look around. You can hear, like, somebody sort of, like, you know, from in the front of the house, sort of like, back door, like that. And you hear the cock, the slide of a shotgun as you hear this, like that as somebody's going to be trying to take shots once you've come in. It's kind of a clash unless you want to, like, just juke out of the way, but you know that they're just going to be firing even if they can't see what's in there. Because there's a secondary door that they're probably going to blast through.
So body 13, he sheaves the sword and grabs the washer.
Okie dokie.
Like, boom, rips it up and uses it as a shield, and then continues forward.
Okay. And you just kind of hear the, you know, like, you're like, boom, like this, and you pull it up like that. there is a massive shot from the inside of the house which causes the other door to explode inward, all of the pellets being taken into the washer, and you go charging straight forward. Of course, when you wrench it out, there's that like that as it comes out of the fucking wall. There is now water pouring from like where it was connected to other water pipes and tubes, and Medina from behind you is like, Jesus! Like she doesn't... which is muted out from the shotgun fire, and you go crashing through the door jamb with this object. Do make me...
and he goes over to the bag and says, make sure we're protected.
While you're pushing this through, because it is an object and you're going to have a lot of fucking push, I just want a body essence check, if you don't mind.
Body essence check, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 13d10.
Well, it's 10d10, but you get bonus.
Okay.
You get automatic successes because you're above 10.
Okay, 10. Thank you. 10d10. Explode 10. Fail 1. What's the target?
No pool of rolls is ever higher than 10.
Okay, thank you. Because that was dumb. What's the target?
It's going to be 8, but, I mean, you've got a couple of automatic successes in your favor at this point. Okay, good enough.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 degrees success plus the 3 over.
Yeah. I mean, it's accurate for what it calculated. Yeah, you just go smash! Like, it goes right through. The walls and drywall get pushed in because the washer's not, you're holding it at a fucked up angle. So
because he's doing it one-armed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just holding it like this in front and pushing your body against it, stub and all, just like that to add the extra reinforcement. You push with your body, it crashes through, it smashes the front of the washing machine like a beer can, and then pushes through the wall as a result. And you just go crashing in here. Like, it takes the wood supports off the in the door jamb inward. They just splinter inward and become these nasty looking things, and you hurl it across whenever you come through. Or you hold on to it? What's the plan once you get through the door? I'm just curious.
It's basically to smash into the person with the shotgun, like basically boom, and let the momentum go, and then draw his sword to deal with whoever's.
Okay. Yeah, you just hear the like that as the guy gets completely creamed by the appliance that comes through the doorway that wasn't supposed to be able to do that.
He just gave it enough momentum to do that.
Yeah. Well, and it just goes crank, boom, like that, and it goes around there. Of course, there's more shouting and screaming. The guy who is behind the door at this point just kind of like is not conscious because that's a lot of damage. There is going to be more gunfire that comes through as you like draw the sword out because you're in that space. There's 2 shooters behind because you're in a kitchen-like area that it kind of expands outward in the townhouse. And then it goes into a living room space, and there seems to be a double stairwell, probably one going up and then underneath, one going down, because there seems to be like a basement level perhaps. But you hear the gunshot and gunfire. I'm going to check to see how Medina is doing. Wow, she's doing really, really goddamn great. You hear more gunshots from behind you. She's still screaming, and the pistol's going off. Little did you know that she's not necessarily not used to situations where they get into combat, but this is a little weird.
And Arad's just laughing the entire time. He's just having the best time of his life.
Right. Well, these shooters pop off, and let's see. Wow, actually, one of them pops off. One of the others' guns jam. As they come around the corner, you can hear the click, 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 and you see it's stovepipe as one of the brass just gets locked up in the ejection port. And, he has to pull back. You hear him cursing, but the other one just lays down rounds, so it's your deal.
Okay, parry. Well, I mean, I guess he's got the one opponent. I guess he's just going to parry and then attack.
Yeah. Well, you'll be able to clear
parry.
it. There's only a few feet. I mean, like, your movement right now is going to be able to clear to the end of that point, so... Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so parry
like,
32,
like that,
attack 25.
And you're moving forward and you already do that, so roll your attack as well. They're not going to be expecting you to get to the doorway that quick either. Oh, gee! Look at that! damn it.
29,
So fucking
29
funny.
30.
This is utter cannon fodder. It's so fucking funny. If this was any other situation, like Medina right now by herself, dead already. Like, all right. So you come through, and it's not even just the fact that you kill your opponents per se, but the first cut literally goes through the wall, through the support beam, and into your opponent as you come through the jam. So he was using the wall as cover. The sword goes swink like that through the fucking wall and the rest of it because he thought he was safe. He just slumps as a corpse, and you just go follow up like that, and the other guy's like, oh, like that, thunk, like that goes up there, arm goes by. As you come into it, and he's just like, ah, like that, all the way the cut from here, all the way up, arm missing, like he's just screaming, holding onto his face, and all the rest of it. I mean, it's a gory
Dawson
fucking mess.
anywhere?
You haven't seen him yet, which is interesting because you don't know where he is.
He does an awareness check with his to find Dawson's scent, and then he'll do a tracking roll after that.
Yeah.
Okay, 19 to get Dawson's scent.
Okay.
And whoop, no, he critted that tracking.
You want to know where Dawson is? I'll tell you where Dawson is.
19 tracking.
He's got to be upstairs.
So he just, are there any other men or any other troops fodder?
Well, not in this room, no, but you can still hear that they're going to try and come through the back. Because she's still laying down fire. There's gunshots coming from her as you're, like, in here and clearing the way.
Okay. So he's going to take a brief moment, because it's probably going to take whoever's upstairs time to realize what the fuck's happening at this point, because this is happening in a matter of seconds.
Well, I mean, they've heard a lot of gunshots, a lot of screaming and death, and then you went crashing through the back of their house with a washing machine. I'm certain they're aware something's wrong.
It's going to take him a minute. So he's going to sweep back past Medina, out the back, and just take care of whoever's behind.
All right, it looks like there's maybe two other people. One has taken a gunshot wound to the head, which looks like that was her work. You go running past her, and she's like, huh? Like that, as you go out the other way. There are two other assailants still outside, kind of ducked down below cover because there was a bit of a raised back, and they were kind of low to the ground, trying to keep themselves from being shot at.
He's going to go after them.
Oh, well, not hard. I mean, they don't expect you to be running back out the other fucking way.
Oop. So he gets a 25, and then he crit fails on a 24.
Are you out of luck?
Yeah, I'm out of luck.
All right. So you...
That was bound to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you come out, you basically bury the blade doing one of those horrifying moves where it comes down into like a thrusting point, but it ends in a slash because it goes stab and then out, kind of doing one of those, so you have that perfect, like, capacity to round it with a secondary cut. You happen to be just shy, and you clip the dude's hair, and he ends up putting the gun up like this and takes multiple shots directly at your body. Is this going to do anything? We'll see. Yeah. All right. So, he definitely puts all 3 rounds directly into your chest at this point. You take 4 points of damage. After all 3 bullets go, but it's like pat 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 like that. He just goes like, he kind of looks at the like this, like thinking like, got him. Like it's that whole like like he just basically won the fight.
And then he just leans down and smiles.
Hold on.
Cool check. Give me a second.
meeting time.
Okay. Had to game plan my evening.
Yep. Alright, so
Okay.
he doesn't actually, like, panic and run. He just goes, like, drops the gun and just kind of goes head into the grass and just, like, puts his hands up over his head like this. Like,
And then he goes, "That would be the best thing for you. Stay there, please."
you just see it go thumbs up on the top of his head.
And then he walks back in.
Yep.
Well, he trots back in because he's
Yeah.
still got hunting to do.
Yeah. And of course, you pass Medina again, who's going like trying to figure out what the hell's going on. It's like just kind of like watches everything that's going on. There is a kind of a crackling at the front door as it bursts inward, and multiple people come in from the front. These are people from the street that obviously decided to come in once all the shit went down.
Oh, good. They're funneled in a door. It's perfect for him.
Yeah, they're coming through. Here. Congratulations. They will have a chance to fire first, but again, you can still roll your parry and see if it matters.
$29, $28 parries.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, you basically kind of move through and juke. They kind of more miss than you parry. As you're kind of shifting about, you hear a couple of gunshots go off from Medina at this point. Somebody gets hit by one of them. And you close distance, allowing you to actually make your attacks. Go for it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Did you get another one?
Yeah, but I got a crit on the second one.
Okay.
So
it doesn't matter, it's
34.
great. All right.
34.
So you close
34
distance.
crit.
Yeah, you close distance. Somebody comes back around, and they hold up a double-barreled shotgun, and they're like, "Ah!" like that. They don't really know what's going on because you just literally like did the jukey zigzag thing and closed distance, and in a total panic fire, he's like, boom, both barrels going off. Mind you, you've already healed that 4 damage because of the fact that you regenerate as a werewolf. So that 4 is gone. Because your health levels are
Per
what?
round. So is
Yeah.
this... my health levels are max 5 all the way through.
Right. Okay. So in other words, yeah, because when you took that damage, that was the end of the round. So you started the round with them shooting at you, which means your health went all the way back up to full.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well,
go
regardless, yeah, you take a grand total of 10 damage this time from that shotgun. It's like kaboom, like that, both barrels going off. You actually get kind of blown off your feet a little bit. You don't get completely off balance, but I mean, your shirt is gone. Big ass fucking rib tear, just completely shredded down the center.
So his chest is just glowing ruins and blood.
Yeah, it does bleed. It actually has a lot of blood from all of the pellets just being sunk in, and there's a lot of them. And you're just like, ow, like that really hurt. But your next cut takes one of the lead down as they were like basically trying to aim to fire, and you just cleave him down. Yeah. Jesus Christ. So, more or less, that attack of yours was offset from that failure. And they get to try... Oops, nope. They fire again, but they're panicked and they're too close together. And they don't want to hit each other. So they're kind of like firing off in random directions. So you just kind of maneuver at the close range point. Your attack, once again. They literally can't...
So he's minus... he's literally -1.
Mm-hmm.
So brought that down to 22. So 28 and 30.
Yeah.
It's like Barrack with the sword.
Yeah. Right. 2 of them now fall once again. One downward slicing blow, taking the guy out who had the shotgun, and then a subtle horizontal going upward, takes the guy into the liver, rib, and into the actual arm, sending him sprawling out and in lethal cuts. The last one just kind of like goes to bolt and run. Just basically drops the weapon and leaves. Starts to run out the fucking front door. 3 slain. He's like, I'm done. Like that, and just kind of like leaves and gets out because he took a full shotgun to the chest and didn't go down. And there's still movement upstairs. You know that Dawson's kind of up there. It seems like it might be winding down at this point. When you turn around to see Medina in her condition, she just looks at you like, you know, unrealizing herself at this point, like she's having a full crisis in her brain.
And
you're
pellets
standing there
are like coming out of the body.
Yeah, they're starting to ooze on their way out.
So that's one
5.
health.
Yeah,
that's
one health
one
level
round.
back. Yep.
Oh, that's stupid. It's so stupid. So pellets are coming out of his body and he says, "It's okay." And then he kind of like cocks his head like he's speaking up the stairs. "Hello, Dawson. Would you like to talk now?"
You hear somebody going like that coming down the steps. It's the bigger guy who had the tank top and the plugs in his neck. He comes barreling down the steps.
Kind of sighs.
Blasts through the banister and just does a full charge at you. Go for it.
So with also it's just one dodge because it's just the one object, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So he doesn't have that penalty anymore. So he's going to do kind of like a sidestep slash for a parry.
Yeah.
And he critted.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what the crit is.
So 40.
Oh my god, you're 2 above him. Because he actually critted out also. He got 38. But he's the defender, like in this particular sense now, because it flipped. You like totally clash. He knows you're using a weapon, so he locks up the arm and he goes boom like this. He holds it like this, so you guys are in a bind because he doesn't like he can't do the push out the door and like ram into you. And you basically were gonna cut him, so you're kind of stuck like this. Now it's just a bind for half a second. I want to.
In that half a second, he kicks him in the balls.
Yeah. You're both going to go for a move, so go for it.
Okay.
It's a clash, so the bigger roll wins.
Because normally he would have used his other hand to leverage the blade.
Yeah.
But he can't do that. Oh, no. This is what he's going to do. He's going to use his fencing.
Yeah.
So he's like this.
Yeah.
He's going to slide up and then smash the pommel right in his face. So he's going to go right underneath his hands and hit him as hard as he can with the pommel.
Go for it. Yep.
So he's throwing his entire 13 body behind that.
Yep. Yeah, this is juiced up jock is going to try and hit you back. So let's see what you get.
So he uses his fencing.
Yep.
26.
All right. So he happens to actually be a snipe bit faster, which is going to be interesting. Yeah. So he ends up juking to the side, and you take a fist right in the face as he goes wham, like with the other side, because he caught it like this, and he just goes boom, comes in and cranks you right in the jaw. It actually sends you sprawling out the front door. And let's see here. Because he's juiced up. Yeah, your natural armor soaks it. You take the impact, it's hard, but not hard enough to come through it. But you still get rolled outside, and he's stomping out, just kind of looking like he's absolutely crazy. Like whatever combat drug he's on is making him like no better than a wild animal, and so he rushes again.
All right. So he's going to do a parrying, defend, and then he'll strike. So basically he'll strike, and then he'll strike again.
Mm-hmm.
$31.
Yeah, that's way higher than him. And he's just going after you. So you go cut like that. Of course, when he comes straight at you, the cut hits him like rib and up, sending him sort of wide. And he's just like that, like he's still up. And then when you do the secondary cut, he basically tries to do that same block, which takes his hand off. Because he was too slow.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, gotta make a cool check for him right now, because he's gotta come around that. He's in a lot of goddamn pain. Nope, he actually gets utterly disoriented from that. He's suffering from agony, which means he's kind of locked up. He's like like that, giving you an absolute like tertiary attack on this one.
Okay, he's just gonna take the head.
Yep.
32.
Yeah.
He's basically gonna walk, like charge past him, take the head, and then
Yep.
go straight back into the house.
Yeah.
He's not even gonna look at what's happening behind him.
Right. Yep. You just go swing like that. You see the bodies kind of like fall backwards as the head goes thump on the freaking porch, and you go up the stairway, passing the broken banister. You can see that she's loading the weapons, kind of looking up the carnage, and she's just like, "Fuck!" Like that, just goes up the stairs, kind of like following you at this point. All right, you get upstairs. There's a couple of rooms in there.
And he's following the scent.
Let's go to something.
And does that constitute another round?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's healed up again.
Yep. Now you
Which
just
is
got
dumb.
you just have blood on your chest. That's it.
Yeah. He liked that shirt. Puck gave it to him.
I know, right? Okay. So you go up the steps, and you can see that, you know, there's Dawson up on the top steps, and he's just kind of like, he's got a gun in one hand. What you didn't expect is that he's actually got a small girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, in his grip, and he's got a weapon in his other hand, and you see he's got a thumb inside of the pin of a grenade, which is hanging loose, and he's got the spoon clasped down, but he's got a gun, and he's holding out like this. He's like, well, now what? Like that.
Oh, and he goes, "Oh, are you ready to talk now?"
He's just like, he kind of like loses it a little bit. He's sort of like, fucking what? Talk about what?
Oh, talking about how Medina gave you the chip back, and that is the end of this business. Yes, and he
He's
does
like-
it. And his sword is still poised, like
Right.
right at the point where he had nicked him in the throat.
Yeah,
Like, this will go exactly where this went last time.
yeah. Well, he's just sort of like, how do I know she hasn't given it to somebody else? She needs to fucking die.
Ah, but my word is bond, and I only speak true.
He's
She
just
has
sort of
not
like,
seen the. She has not touched the chip, other than to give it to you.
He's like, he looks outside. You can hear people just outside freaking out about what the hell is going on, and he's like looking at that whole thing. Looks at Medina. Medina's just like, she's got her hand up like this. She's like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. I didn't see anything. I don't care. I mean it. I don't care. And he's just kind of like, you can see him just kind of like going back and forth between the two of you. He's just like, fine. Just get the fuck out. Get out. Like,
And he like shinks the blood. He uses it and says, "Fantastic. I hope this resolves everything."
he's like shaking at this point. He's like, get out, like that.
Have a blessed day. And then he just walks out and says, "Okay."
And you guys like leave. And while you're leaving, there's just like people staring at you, but it's the same groups of individuals that had been like watching you from before, but they're kind of like watching you leave. There are corpses all around the house. The front and back doors are completely blasted in. The inside is messed up with water pouring in the back part of the mudroom from where you tore out the freaking washer. And just, it's like, you know, anybody who gets in your way at this point with how people are talking, they just fucking step back to just like staying out of the way. And
So Kane kind of rips the rest of the shirt off and just wipes the blood off, and then just throws the shirt away to clean himself up.
right, and she's like, let's just go. Let's go. Like that. She just takes the pistol and shoves it away in her, like she actually just like kind of like wipes it down like as much as possible, and then like hucks it off by like rolling her sleeve down and like tosses it off to the side.
He says, "So, do you think this will resolve the matter for you?"
She's like, yeah, it resolves a lot of stuff, a lot of shit. Let's just go, like that, and starts moving out.
And then he's just kind of singing to himself and says, "I really do hate violence."
She's like, yeah, I can tell. Like that just goes like right. And for right now, yeah.
Like, I really hate violence. This wasn't even a proper hunt.
Oh my god. Yeah, and you guys end up calling a grounder. I'm actually going to have to hold it right there. Wow, we went for 5 hours. That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You may definitely afford yourself 15 IP just for the craziness. Yeah, and then we'll kind of see where the hell that lands post point. Very interesting to run street level gangsters at you and then have it be completely smashed aside with just how fucking high up those fucking rolls were.
Stupid.
Because
that was stupid.
You basically rule of 10 them out. Like, they had base 15 to do the shit they were doing, and you were so far above it, it was like, yeah, there's no chance. There just ain't. And it's like, you were doing shit by accident, basically. Like, it was just one of those things where you were capable of seeing it with those things going on. But again, Arad, in the way that he functions, in my mind, this is exactly what he should be able to do. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. I want to make sure that we're good on that regard.
Yes.
Now that's how we're treating Arad, but as with respect to like werewolves in general, is this the same level of terrifying you want them to be?
They will be, yeah. I mean, like this is closer to mildly. It's like that space between mildly heroic and heroic for werewolves. Like, and yes, that's where they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be able to do this. The only difference between a Arad and a regular werewolf is that they'd be doing all this stuff in wolf form, not in the sort of purified version that you have.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's the way the damage and armor works too. Also, was sublime. That worked out very well. That double-barreled shotgun that sawed off did 24 points of damage, which is why you took 10.
Okay.
But so you can tell with the regenerative capability of a werewolf, though, if they don't keep hitting you for damage over time, you just keep coming back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's crazy about them, which is why silver is so fucking important. So, all right, yeah, episode 1. I actually called this one Arad's New Journey. I plan on doing this again on March 5th is when it's going to be taking itself off again, because that'll be week after next.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that being said, thanks to everybody who watched, and I hope we have an excellently good time with all this stuff as we're going along. I've got good feelings about it, so we'll just keep pushing.
Yeah, I think it's fun to do Arad's story again.
Yeah,
it really is, because he's just a happy character.
Yeah, he's happy-go-lucky in a terrifying way. But yeah, to those in Twitch, you guys have a good evening.